the new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is! That shot wins week 6! Maximum checkout. He's done it!
Gosh. Now then. Centre of the board. Oh, lovely.
Being shown with the second leg.
Paul Hinks wanted to zoom in on that one.
Even challenged the bullseye. He's been immaculate so far. Unbelievable dart from Derek Coulson.
Tops end. Takes it with his third dart. Goes ahead in this match by 2 legs to 1.
Ceiling. Another win. 1, 2, 4. Jamie Hughes.
Lounge didn't quite know what we're going to get from the Black Cobra arriving this week, but he has been dominant. He has been brutal. He has been brilliant, and he is the winner of Group A.
What an opportunity, and what a finish. A classic moment, a vintage moment.
He's cleared the greens. Bullseye for double top. Oh my goodness me. What a finish.
It's finals night of week 9 in Series 12. Champions Week drawing closer, and it's all live and free on Pluto TV. Hi there, yep, good evening. Welcome along to another Saturday showpiece here at the Super Series. 6 Aerosmiths about to battle it out for that one place at Champions Week from this week's action. And joining me to talk you through it, Paul Nicholson. Welcome along, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Really looking forward to tonight. And every time that Derek Coulson is involved in the form that he's in, I'll expect even more quality this evening. Yeah, well, Derek Coulson is one of the players that is going to be in action, and there is a sharp shooter on debut that is sending shockwaves through the live lounge as well. Here are tonight's Super 6. Jeffrey Zwaan returned to competitive darts this week and excelled in Group A, topping the table convincingly. Will the Black Cobra get the job done on debut? Derek Coulson continues to impress at the live lounge as he looks to become the first player to reach a groundbreaking 5 Champions Weeks with a win tonight. Solid on the outer ring and dangerous in the power scoring department, Jamie Hughes looks to continue his excellent form into his 3rd weekly final. He's flashy as ever and he means business. Mark Dudbridge enters his 6th finals night as he seeks his first piece of Super Series silverware. Alex Williams has finally qualified for Saturday after failing to do so by leg difference in Series 11. Will the Extinguisher handle the heat tonight? And Tom Cromwell impressed last time out, ending his week as a runner-up. He looks to go one better in Series 12 as he completes the Week 9 lineup. And this is how they got there. Jeffrey Zwaan on debut, winning Group A earlier in the week. Some fantastic stuff played from the Dutchman, who's made an immediate impact at the Super Series. Derek Coulson, as consistent as ever. We'll talk a lot about him in the build-up to tonight. Jamie Hughes and Mark Dudbridge, well, they have got professional pedigree in spade loads as well. And Alex Williams and Tom Cromwell, both looking for their first success on the Super Series stage. And Paul, it's a very, very interesting lineup, a mix of experience and potential. Yeah, 12 players have taken part this week, and I think there's a lot of surprises as to who's here tonight, but also surprises for people who aren't.
I think there was a lot of social media traffic this week for Tomoya Goto and maybe a lot of expectation for Danny Van Tripe, but neither of them are here tonight, showing just how much quality has risen to the top over the last few days especially.
Group A was all about another Dutchman actually in Jeffrey Zwaan. Made his debut at the Super Series and he stormed through that group really. He said he was a little bit surprised about how well he played, but you've known him for many years, we've watched him for many years, and I don't think any of us were.
No, I think Jeffrey's playing the deck very close to his chest, and I think he's never been a flashy kind of player. Even though he plays that way, he's a very humble human being and a very honest one as well, sometimes. Because when he came here on debut, I think a lot of people expected him to contend, but with Derek in the form that he's been in, that is a great debut, and it just goes to show with his trials and tribulations over the last few seasons, he's still got it.
You see the numbers there as well, just losing 3 matches, 24 maximums over those 3 days as well. A very strong checkout percentage, and that ceiling that we know he's got in his game, if he brings it out tonight, then not many are going to be able to stop him, are they?
What's not to like? He's averaging a ton plus average a day. His doubles are world class. When you're sticking in that 109 average to boot as well, you're seeing that Jeffrey Zwaan is still an elite player. He is. Is it a case of he needs games, reps, and exposure? Well, this week he needed 3 days to make a debut on Saturday, so job done. Yeah, job done for him. Job done as well for the 3 players progressing from Group B. And leading the pack was Derek Coulson, who, when we talk about ton plus averages, he has those for fun. Ton plus finishes as well, more than any other player at the Super Series in a week before. Yeah, we're going to go through his stats in commentary, and honestly, when you cast your eye over them for a second time, you don't quite believe it. This is one of the best weekly statistical performances we've seen from anybody. But Derek has been doing this for a good couple of years now. We shouldn't be surprised by anything that he does. He's living proof that maybe darts starts at around 45 to 50 because he's having such a great time under this roof over the last couple of years. Yeah, we thought under this roof that darts began at 16, but maybe Paul Nicholson's right, because look at that. Luke Littler had 7 ton plus averages in his best week here at the Super Series. Derek Coulson eclipsed that with 8 so far this week. Well, that's a great thing to say because he could have 4 more matches to play this evening. If he was to get into double figures, I'm not sure that that will be eclipsed. I mean, the current world champion, Littler, he had a wonderful time of it when he played here for the period of about, 9 months? But Derek is a serious contender wherever he goes. And if he makes it through to Champions Week again, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Absolutely. Look, Mark Dudbridge is a player that has got experience. He's reached a World Championship final. We've seen both sides of him when he's been here, but he was seemingly on song this week. Yeah, good week for Mark. And I think there's a lot of posturing in his part of the world. The Bristolians like to have one up on their rivals, and he'll know some people who have succeeded here, but Mark hasn't done it yet. He's got a few records, which he's very proud of, and he's a big 180 hitter when he gets going, but he's got to knit things together to get a title and one of these chairs at the end of the night. So he's very, very dangerous, has been for 20 years. So don't count him out, but he's going to have to find that little extra if indeed he comes up against someone special tonight. And what about Jamie Hughes? Where do you see his game at the moment? He's in pretty good nick, isn't he? He was here for the ADC Tour Championship Finals. He didn't succeed that day, but he showed a very good level of play. Yeah, semi-finals. Absolutely. And when it came to this week, I think he just showed a lot of poise. I think he needs to make his mind up whether he wants a beer or not, because he seems to be flip-flopping between the two. But I like the way Jamie's game is materialising. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him here next year, because I think he's trending for a tour card. Movember starts today, Paul. Are you getting involved again this time? No, not this time. I think it's better off to leave the handlebar to Damon Heta. Right, let's have a look at the Group C table. And top of it in the end, after 2 days' play on Thursday and Friday, was Alex Williams, going through with Tom Cromwell. As Paul mentioned, Tomoya Goto and Danny Van Tripe maybe surprisingly missing out. Just a little caveat there. Barry Copeland was unable to fulfil his last 3 fixtures. They were all awarded as walkovers to the opponent through an injury, but it didn't really affect anything at the top of the table, and you'd say the 2 players that went through deserve to do so. Yeah, I'd have to say so. I mean, 16 points in a Group C campaign, that's fabulous. I remember when Richie Howson had 16 points and he needed to get 16 points to progress, but this is really good off the back of disappointment for Alex. So I'm really, really happy for him, showing another level this week. And he will be buzzing coming into Saturday night, but the person following him in that table, he's so dangerous, because in the previous series, he got to the final, lost to Scott Taylor. Cromwell is a proper player.
Yeah, and we saw some of that in his campaign this week. He's made it through again, and many times we see players fall one step short and then go and cross that line the next time they're here.
Yeah, I think it's a case of if you make a final and you don't get there, it can be a good thing, because it can stoke the hunger. Look at what that person has around their neck. Look at what they're lifting. Look at the kind of bank balance they have in a few weeks' time. When you don't get that, it's a case of there's something else I want. If you complete the set, let's say you win the week and you win the series, it's difficult to then motivate yourself to do it again. It's easy to motivate yourself when you're short.
Absolutely. Right, let's look at the groups for tonight then, because there is very little margin for error on a Saturday night. You don't get many second chances, and Group 1 is Jeffrey Zwaan, Jamie Hughes, Tom Cromwell. They'll all play each other once. The top two will go through, and the same in Group 2 with Derek Coulson, Alex Williams and Mark Dudbridge. Are we looking at the first names in each of those groups and going, it's them and one other?
I'd have to say yes. I think the statistics and the likelihoods really do follow seeing Jeffrey and Derek into the semi-finals, and it's a bit of a dogfight for other people to get in there. Mark interests me, Mark Dudbridge, because I think his game, especially with Alex Williams, I feel like that's going to be an eliminator, because I do see Derek winning both of his matches.
Right, let's see what the bookies think then in terms of the betting for this evening, and they tend to agree that Zwaan and Coulson are the hot favourites. Jamie Hughes, though, is the third favourite. Tom Cromwell, 9-1, Alex Williams 10, and the man that you're interested in, well, that would be a nice little outside bet, wouldn't it? 11-1, Mark Dudbridge.
If you're going to have your best day of the week, have it on a Saturday. It's as simple as that. This is a 50% 5-day week, Monday to Friday, and then the other 50% is tonight. If you can find that magical ingredient that gives you the best formula to move forward tonight, you could do anything. 11-1 for a former world master and a former world finalist. I know it's 20 years ago, but he might be inspired. He might want to take out these guys tonight, and let's see if he can do it.
Well, if you are going to have a bet on Mark Dudbridge or anybody else tonight, please gamble responsibly. It's 18+, gambleaware.org. The opening match then is about to get underway. It's Tom Cromwell taking on Jeffrey Zwaan, who's had a fantastic debut here at the Modus Super Series. They will compete in the first match of the evening, but before they do, let's hear from both players.
Well, Tom, another successful Super Series group campaign for yourself. Far from the conventional campaign on Friday for sure, but what would be your overall assessment of the way things went?
I think I played steady, to be honest. First day I started off really well, but same old me, I tail off towards the end, and I don't know why. So glad I had the reverse games the next day. I knew I had 2 big 4-pointers, so started strong.
Was it a case of just getting the job done then?
Absolutely, yeah. It's such a tough group. I didn't believe I'd get through. Not been playing the best, so just relied on instinct, really.
In terms of yourself, second time here, last time you here you made the final. What's the secret between you and the Super Series? Why do you think you tick so much on this stage?
I just enjoy it. I think once you're here, it's the best of the best. There's no easy games, so you've got to be on your game.
Does it perhaps tempt you for things going forward? Obviously, Q School's going to be in mind in January.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything leads towards Q School. Everything from now till then is just great practice.
As you said, last time was a final. How much you like to go one better this time?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But another tough night at the office, another tough group to get through, but that's why we're here.
Well, wish you all the best, Tom. Good luck tonight.
Cheers, Henry. Thanks.
Jeffrey, it was great to see you back playing this week. Could you have envisaged it going as well as it did do?
Well, to be honest, I didn't expect it, but yeah, I'm really happy how it goes, and yeah, hopefully I'm gonna get it today as well.
Took a game to kind of get you going, but it felt like once you did get going, there was just no relenting, was there?
True, because if the first dart is going in, you know, my scoring power will be great, and hopefully I'm gonna get this today as well, get my doubles really quick, and then yeah, we'll see what happens today.
Before the week started, what was your thoughts in terms of what would be a good week for yourself?
Well, to be honest, I didn't expect this. I was really happy with the Group A win. So yeah, I didn't have the expectation. So yeah, I was really happy to be.
However, does the competitor in you kind of change the goalpost a little bit tonight, knowing you played so well in Group A, knowing that you're into Saturday night? Suddenly, this whole feeling of I can go and win something, this kind of enters the mind again, doesn't it?
Definitely, because you know I've seen what I did on the first 3 days, and of course I want to do it the same today. And yeah, well, to be honest, we will see what happens.
It's been a little while since we've said Jeffrey Zwaan winner of a tournament. How nice would it be to finally lift something after a while?
Well, hopefully I got my name on that trophy. But yeah, but like I said, I just want to enjoy darts, and that's what I'm doing right at the moment.
I wish you all the best, Jeffrey. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Zwaan is looking for a 147 break where he's cleared the greens. Bullseye for double top. Oh my goodness me!
Jeffrey Zwaan.
What a finish that is for Jeffrey Zwaan. The 60 found and the 40 found, and that's back-to-back tub plus checkout. But he's got a chance. Double top to win the match, 160. If he's some way to round off the day, and that's perfect. He's out for another, gets it, double top. What a finish!
Yeah, venomous and victorious darts for the Black Cobra, Jeffrey Zwaan in Group A earlier this week. But will he be achieving glory tonight? It would be a dream debut for Zwaan. An absolutely superb debut campaign for the Dutchman. It's a long-awaited first appearance at the Modus Super Series for the 29-year-old former world match play semi-finalist. Big favourite to win tonight, but his first task is to take on Tom Cromwell, who was runner-up in his week in the previous series, looking to go one better. Once again, the children of a darts academy in the audience to watch the action this evening. Paul Hinks, the referee, will oversee proceedings and guiding you through every dart. Just fresh from his ADC draw duties,
Jeffrey to throw
it's
first.
Paul Nicholson,
Game on.
and he is alongside Henry Deacon. A very good evening, Henry.
Evening, Murph. Evening, everybody, and welcome along to the Saturday night
58.
finals night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before play got underway, we could hear fireworks outside this building. We hope
60.
the fireworks of darting nature, at least, are going to be inside the building tonight. And Jeffrey Zwaan, well, he has certainly provided that over the course of the week.
140.
His comeback tournament, I suppose, in front of the cameras after losing his tour card at the end of 2024 could not have gone any
98.
better, winning Group A and winning it canterously. He takes on Tom Cromwell, a man who's becoming a bit of a specialist when it comes to this particular format. Zwaan already off to a quick start. And I'm happy to say that this evening I'm in the company of my good friend and colleague Paul Nicholson.
98.
Nico, great to see you here on this
132.
Saturday night.
Yeah, great to be here, Henry, and I'm really interested to see what Zwaan does. He's starting pretty hot,
60.
but he's looking to do something tonight that is pretty rare over the last few series, and that's succeeding
43.
on a Saturday
Jeffrey Carr,
after
72.
winning Group A. It really doesn't happen that often. He's got double six. Well, if he was on something a little bit smaller, he might bust this. He really doesn't want to leave three. That is
68.
brilliant board management.
Read the situation and read the situation perfectly.
90. Jeffrey Carr,
It's
4.
double two for the opening leg of the contest. That's awkward. Shovels across to his right, and it's made the angle even more awkward.
No
Could
score.
not
Tom
nestle
Carr,
away through, and so
112.
Cromwell to pinch the opening leg. Look at a 112.
Doesn't get the treble he needed.
82. Jeffrey Carr, 4.
So Jeffrey needs double two once again. Not anymore.
Game shown
That
the
is a
first
sigh
leg,
of
Jeffrey
relief, isn't it?
Zwaan.
That was a comfortable leg
Second
until
leg, Tom to throw
Cromwell
first.
got
Game
really
on.
close.
Well, it took him 7 darts to get there, but Jeffrey Zwaan eventually on the board. Over the course
100.
of this week, he had every single bases covered. Running average in Group A of 94.43, 40% in terms of his doubling.
140.
24 180s over the course of his Group A campaign. Everything he touched, it felt like, as Keegan
135.
Brown was saying on commentary, turned to gold for the Black Cobra.
I don't think there's ever been any doubt about the talent of
60.
Jeffrey. think sometimes his technique has been under a little bit of a shadow
40.
because of the way he follows through, and he has, as a result, had shoulder problems. But I was saying to you off camera, Henry, when he was in that interview with you, I don't think I've ever seen Jeffrey as relaxed as that. And I've been knocking around Jeffrey for quite a few years, and he's quite an understated human being, even though when on the dartboard, he is a firework kind of player. He's in a pretty good position here to take a 2-0 lead.
Tom Ricard, 167.
Cromwell might need this.
And he may get it. But the treble 19 goes a begging. And so
Ricard,
just about treble needed
107.
for a dart and a double in a 2-0 lead. And importantly, a break of throw in this contest. And in these shorter pool stage matches, winning by scorelines gives you extra breathing room when it comes to match number 2 in your group, as Cromwell looks at 68 to level up.
Big dart at double 16.
52.
He's got it surrounded.
Ricard, 12.
Zwaan finds himself back on double 6. Different result this time.
Leg. Jeffrey Zwaan.
He'll be very happy about that for 2 reasons.
Third leg, Jeffrey.
One, he's got a 2-0 lead.
Game on.
And he didn't have to deal with that pesky double 3, or indeed another split option.
And I suppose there's another dynamic we have to talk about as Zwaan piles in his first max of Saturday night and their first opportunity to hoist their placards into the air.
60.
We mentioned how good Jeffrey Zwaan has been. However, he's not played for a couple of days. And when you consider he's not been playing too much, is that going to have some kind of effect potentially?
125.
It depends on the person. If you're a person that really digs playing every
56.
single day and needs to play every day to feel sharp, having that 2-day gap could be troublesome. But Jeffrey is very, very wise. He's been hanging around some very wise
95.
dart players for a very long time, including the likes of Dirk van Duijvenbode and Raymond van Barneveld. So he will
81.
not be
Jeffrey Ricard,
perturbed by having a
101.
little bit of a break. Look at what he's doing. He's having Cromwell for breakfast.
85.
It feels like a surprise that he's not already 3-0 to the good.
Well, at this present moment in time, he's giving Tom a bit of a
125.
Tom King at
Jeffrey
this
Ricard, 16.
present moment as Zwaan looks at double 8 to go 3-0 to the good. And it's hardly looked as if he's broken sweat so far. It's been
Game shown
one-way
the third
traffic.
leg.
It's a
Jeffrey
14
Zwaan.
darter and Jeffrey Zwaan finds himself 3-0 to the good.
Fourth leg,
Tom
Tom
Cromwell,
first.
the
Game
beginning
on.
of this night could not have got any worse for him. Would have had happy memories following his previous appearance here, which saw him get all the way to the final. That was in week 2 of the previous series, where he lost out to Scott Taylor. That was when he was an ADC qualifier from the Northwest,
57.
based in Southport. And his performances last time were that good that he got given a direct invitation this time.
43.
Yeah, that's only fair. Did very, very well to make that final, but Scott Taylor was on it that night. He's from a beautiful town. Southport is absolutely wonderful. Famous for its
100.
golf courses. That, of course, is where Tommy Fleetwood's from. One of the best golfers in the
93.
world. At times, Cromwell's opponent has been seen as one of the best dart players on the planet.
60.
Cromwell really has to get a hold of this game. If he is to lose this, he's got to get some legs on the board. Otherwise, when he returns
85.
against Jamie Hughes in Game 3, he could be the first person leaving us here tonight.
Well, Jeffrey Zwaan is an intriguing character because he's
100.
achieved a lot, but
Tom
many feel
Ricard,
like he hasn't achieved
140.
enough by the same logic. Former World Match Play semi-final, he's had deep runs at the World Grand Prix where he's made the quarterfinals in the past, but
88.
I suppose a lot of people expected him to do more.
Still young. He could still do whatever he wants. Cromwell
81.
can't
Tom
miss
Ricard,
this.
52.
He simply can't.
Game
Very
shown
well
the fourth
done.
leg. Tom
He's
Cromwell.
got plenty of support here in the audience. He's not
Fifth
going to
leg,
be
Jeffrey
bageled
Defoe first.
by
Game
the
on.
man from the Netherlands. And that leads me to a very interesting point, because the Netherlands have had a great deal of success here the last couple of years. But in this series,
60.
the best they've done is runner-up on a Saturday night. Jimmy Van Schie in week 2 lost to Keegan Brown. Jurgen van der Velde lost to Dave Pallett in week 4.
57.
So they don't have anybody in Champions Week at this stage.
Once you mentioned Jimmy Van Schie, it'd be remiss of us not to
84.
send our congratulations to JVS for picking up the WDF World Masters title in Budapest this evening, beating
55.
the reigning Super Series champion Jeff Smith in the final of that.
Interesting that they played each other in that final in Budapest after playing in the final of Series 11.
180.
Well, the moment we start talking about Jimmy is the moment that Zwaan starts turning the screw once again.
55.
Or should we say turning the turntable.
And just quickly, whilst we're at it, congratulations to Lorraine Hite, someone we've seen here at Women's Week in the past, picking up the Women's World Masters
98.
title.
Yeah, taking out 46. First championship dart. She hit it. Very well done to Lorraine.
But is it going to be a case
100.
of very well done to Jeffrey Zwaan?
79.
Because he looks at 79 here. Plenty of time on his side to complete a comprehensive 4-1 victory to kick off his evening. Double 10
69.
on the inside. And it'd be interesting to see what he does when he comes back. A lot of that will depend on what Tom does here.
For a moment there, I really thought that Jeffrey was going to split 20.
42.
Because he didn't want to leave
10.
double 5. He's obviously not scared of it, though.
Well, it doesn't have to go for it if he doesn't want to. He could go 2 double 4, but he's going to go straight for the target. And now looks at double 2 to win it.
Game
And
shot
finds
match.
double 2
Jeffrey
to win
Zwaan.
it. And Jeffrey Zwaan is on the board on this Saturday night. The Black Cobra, maybe not of a vintage performance, but he'll be happy with the points on the board. He'll be happy with the big win because it puts him very much on the cusp for the semi-finals already. And it puts Tom Cromwell very much on the back foot. That the tail of the tape from that one. Zwaan running out a 4-1 winner. Coming up after the break, the first game from Group 2 is a meeting between Derek Coulson and Mark Dudbridge. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and
Even though we were friends and everything, I mean, it was the best practice you can have.
And then I heard Eric say in the comms, he's got no chance of winning it, and I felt something switch in my mind. I thought, that's it now.
Some lads were bigger than you, weren't they? So you be aiming. Have you heard it? Hey, ball, and he's going second. And I thought, I got you now, got him easy.
And I turned around and I thought, that's it. I said, I'm walking off. And that was it. I walked off. Ross was like, this with the mic. Where you going?
Do you think Aidan will be world champion? I said, he's capable.
When did it kind of shift from teacher, student to rivals? Two legends at the Live Lounge, an exclusive audience with Phil the Power Taylor and Adrian Jackpot Lewis after tonight's live darts here on Pluto TV. Coming up next, Derek Coulson taking on Mark Dudbridge after Jeffrey Zwaan got the better of Tom Cromwell 4-1 in Group 1. It's time for Group 2, and it is time for one of the best players to be playing here at the Live Lounge in the last couple of years.
Right on cue. The game is his. He hasn't missed many doubles. And he doesn't miss the ball either. That's a wonderful 12 darter.
Derek Coulson!
And he hits it.
Derek Coulson!
DC is the real deal, no doubt about that. Derek Coulson, he's hit 8 ton-plus averages in his qualifying campaign this week. That is more than any player has ever managed in a week at the Super Series. One more than Luke Littler on his best week here. The 16-year-old being upstaged by a 57-year-old. And he's been at Champions Week in the last 4 series. Can he make it an unprecedented 5 on the spin at the end of tonight? Or will Mark Dudbridge produce some flashes of brilliance to put Coulson up against it at the end of his opening match? Let's find out. In the commentary box for this one, it is still Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you, Murph. And Mark Dudbridge will be looking for some flashbacks, that's for sure, because his record here at the Super Series isn't as good as perhaps he'd want it to be. He's into a finals night this evening, but he's only got past the group stages on 2 of those occasions, and he's never made it into a final up against Derek Coulson, who, following his first appearance where he didn't even qualify through to Saturday, has been an ever-present at Champions Week ever since. He could become the first ever player to qualify for 5 Champions Weeks and could do so in consecutive appearances
96.
if he's able to get over the line tonight. A man who's said over the course of the last few weeks that Q-Score is something that has entered his mind at the beginning of 2026. There is a possibility that he could run off into the sunset as
94.
Super Series champion. But first things first, he's got to get through tonight. He's got to get through this first game against Mark Dudbridge.
Somewhat selfishly, I actually don't want Derek to go to Q School because I want him to keep coming here.
60.
He's not only a dynamite dart player, he's just a really nice guy. And he is Halloween-esque nightmares for any dart player,
97.
not just tonight, but has been all week long. Now, interestingly, when you look at what's happened this week, Henry, we've got 5 players tonight of 6
60.
that have played only 1 group this week. So Zwaan played Group A, 4 others played B or C. Only Coulson has played 2 groups
100.
this week. I honestly can't remember the last time that happened. Now, he's very experienced. I don't really want to say he's very old because he's playing the best darts of his life. But his statistics this
60.
week, as impressive as they are, they're somewhat skewed by the fact that he's played 23 games and the next most is Zwaan on 15. I wonder if the only weakness tonight is the engine.
42.
And I'm really reaching here because it hasn't been a problem in the past.
And that's the key thing. Out of all the players here, he is the one most adept to this particular format. We've spoken about what Jeffrey Zwaan has done in the past, but on this stage, Derek Coulson has been king in all of his recent appearances. Watched on by his family and seemingly members of the FBI.
44. Derek, your car 85.
Might need to use the bull on this combination. Perhaps not.
Game shown the first leg. Derek Coulson.
What a great start. It's only a 17 dart leg.
Second
Don't get me
leg
wrong,
mark
but
is
that
reversed.
finish
Game on.
is lethal. 42% on doubles for 23 games this week. That is better than Zwaan's, which I called world class earlier.
180.
And Derek's got more of those than anybody by 19 this week. He's got 43 from 23
83.
games. That is an average of 1.87 180s every match. That is right up there.
Well, this is a meeting between two players that you would categorise as power scorers. Mark Dudbridge, at his absolute best, was one of the biggest 180 hitters on the circuit. He actually has the record for most 180s in a game here at the Live Lounge. He hit 7 of them in a best-of-7 contest against Wesley Newton. Incredibly, that contest over 3 years ago now. That was in the infamous week that Chris Mason would go on to win. I won't ask about how you went on that particular occasion.
I did all right. I got 2 wins against Tony O'Shea. I'm very proud of that.
Played some decent stuff today, I see, in Northampton did Tony. Oh, good to see Tony, and good to see Tony in good shape. Hope you're well, pal, if you are tuning in tonight.
There's been a great deal of stuff happening in the world of darts today.
96.
The ADC Global Championship
Mark
draw.
144.
The World Masters Finals. And of course, not that we're diverting away from the importance of this match in Group 2 here tonight, but what a day
76.
for multiple weekly winner David Davies, who today qualified for Alexandra Palace. Huge congratulations to Di.
He's an example of somebody who typifies what hard work and talent can do when conjoined alongside one another. And Derek Coulson's another one of those players that typifies that particular matchup. But it's Dudbridge to level up, 14 darts, a clean kill on the 68. And we're back on terms at 1 apiece.
Game on.
These guys are not strangers. They are products of world seniors.
134.
But it's fair to say now that Coulson is very much a success story of this place. But there's something missing. He likes Champions Weeks, but he's never been to the summit.
100.
Dudbridge is envious of what Derek has done at this level.
Well, Derek Coulson's kind of in that category alongside Tom Sykes, Jimmy Van Schie, the newly crowned World Masters champion, David Davis
100.
himself. You could probably label 1 or 2 others as Modus made. Somebody who came here with maybe little to no expectation, we maybe knew little to no of, and then all of a sudden become one of the biggest names in this tournament.
81.
Is that your way of saying if we looked at the bottom of Derek's shoes, it would say made in Portsmouth?
And if so, I'd go and get a refund.
Interestingly, if Derek is successful tonight,
60.
he would join David Pallett in Champions Week, and they're both from the same neck of the woods. Originally, because obviously Dave has moved on to a different place.
100.
But they're both from the west of England. And by that I mean just a little bit further north of Birmingham.
Which means that Sam Molyneux may well be a taxi driver for the pair come Champions Week.
100.
And for Derek, actually being successful here has led to 1 or 2 problems at work because he's had to use up pretty much all of his annual leave to play in this, and he's had to take unpaid leave to play in Champions Weeks.
If you've juggled a job and a burgeoning darts career, you've been there. Double 16, but only just. Those last 2 darts were a little bit off target. So Dudbridge has a chance of breaking Coulson here. And that chance did not last long.
Mark Dudbridge has to be perfect and has to hope for Derek Coulson mistakes. You said that's the mantra for him to win this match. The problem is he's not keeping pace with DC. Who isn't exactly playing at his Rip Roaring best, but doing enough to lead this game by 2 legs to 1.
Through first. Game on.
Henry, you know, as well as many people who watch live on Pluto TV, that you can't play your best in every game. But what Derek does so well is he manages situations so well. He can win with an 85. He can win with 105. How many people do we know that put in massive numbers and keep walking away with an L instead of a W?
This is a tournament and this is a format where, quite simply put, you have to peak at the right time.
77.
Which makes what Sykes did last Saturday against Crutchmer, what David Evans did against Coleman in week 6, what Jensen Walker did in week 5, and what Duff did in week 3, even 57. More impressive. Because they are the 4 names who are coming back to Champions Week. Whereas the other 4 names who have progressed, they are all first-time winners. We're 50-50 in this series.
59.
And I think we're getting to the point now where maybe we're just beginning to see the cream rise to the top a bit more in terms of players that have gone on to win weeks. Obviously, we've got the likes of Neil Duff, a multiple weekly winner, 5-time weekly winner now, the Duff man. We've also got players that are going to be there for the first time, the likes of Jamie Owens making their first appearance at the Champions Week. Tom Sykes looking to go one better than a couple of prior exploits. And Derek Coulson, if he was to prevail tonight, would be very much at the top of the list of names that could go on and win the competition outright. And this, a potential break opportunity, leaving himself on 164 after 9. And he's going to need the full quota to move 2 clear and then have the darts to win it in the next.
He didn't like the live dart 1, so he switched, and now he has to switch again.
94.
Not too bad.
Dudbridge has so far been off the pace, if we're going to be completely honest.
85.
He's just not been able to keep chase with Coulson, who's averaging just under 99 at this present moment in time. But the way he's been playing this week, this has actually been a bit of a below par performance. But that's a 14 darter, that's a break, that's a 3-1 lead. And Coulson's one away from a comprehensive win to kick off his night.
You know how they say that when you're playing the best darts of your life, it looks fairly simple. Now that he's averaging about 98,
93.
He's genuinely making it look like 88. That is a huge compliment to Derek. Look at the doubling. Not just from Derek, but from both of them.
60.
The accuracy is off the charts. And there's something we didn't reference at the top of the show with Chris Murphy as well. Nobody in the history of the Modus Super Series has won week 9 twice.
58.
Derek is defending week 9. He could do something tonight that not many people have done. 11 different names who have won week 9 of a series. If Derek defends it tonight,
140.
The people from that academy are going to be very impressed.
Dudbridge Darts Academy from down in the southwest. From a neck of the woods, which is going to be very popular in a couple of weeks'
100.
time. Mineheads.
Beautiful part of the world. Nice to see them here in Portsmouth. Interesting drive.
Yeah, you're best off putting on a playlist
59.
on that drive down, because the radio may conk out about an hour from the destination.
Yeah, you're firmly in the sticks in between Minehead and Portsmouth. Nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with that from DC as well. If he can win this game by 4 legs to 1, he just needs a small amount of legs in his second game against Alex Williams
60.
to progress into the semi-finals again. He really has managed this situation superbly.
It's been a business-like performance, which is something we've come to expect, really, of Derek Coulson. Such an experienced campaigner here now, one of the great campaigners here. Even when he has a little bump in the road, such as that triple free there.
41.
Actually cleaned it up as well as perhaps we'd expect him to. May, at the end of this, only get a dart at the bullseye to win the match. What pressure could Dudbridge apply here?
60.
Should really have looked at the bullseye with the last dart to take it under 120. But it's not in his hands. Flash might be ash, because Coulson is looking to burn his hopes in their first game of the night. And the bull is calling Derek's name.
65.
And the bullseye wasn't too far away. The bullseye may well be where Mark Dudbridge is headed in a couple of moments' time. Needs to find a triple to guarantee himself a dart at that, but will be able to now. And so Coulson, to finish this game off once and for all, should have 2 darts in his hand at a double of choice.
Game shot on the
Just
mat.
sensational. This guy really does mean business this week. He's played 24 games in week 9, and he starts his Saturday night with a typical display, averaging well over 90, doubling fabulously. And the thing is, Derek Coulson's going to be very hard to beat. But now we go back to Group 1, and it's time to welcome Yozza to the fold.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59.
threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Hello again, welcome back to the Week 9 finals night at Modus Super Series 12. 2-4-1 scorelines for the big favourites in each of the groups. Jeffrey Zwaan getting the better of Tom Cromwell before Derek Coulson had the beating of Mark Dudbridge. Coming up next then, Tom Cromwell is taking on Jamie Hughes, and these are the permutations for this match in Group 1. Jeffrey Zwaan not playing in it, but he will qualify if Hughes gets to 3 legs. Jamie Hughes will qualify alongside Zwaan if he beats Cromwell, meaning Cromwell will be eliminated if he loses this game. By the way, a 4-0 win for Cromwell, and he goes through himself, but he takes on Jamie Hughes, who we're about to see for the first time tonight.
Marco would have been tempting, but gets the treble 18 for a match out at double 7, which is 5.
So is that. Jamie Hughes.
Couldn't resist the marker. 2 10s, and a steal it is.
It is the bullseye. This to get him going.
Game show on the second leg.
Right in the middle of the middle of the middle.
Yeah, some pedigree, hasn't he, Jamie Hughes? Great darting career in both codes of the game, but now plying his trade here at the Modus Super Series and looking for glory tonight. The opponent, Tom Cromwell, well, he's been beaten already tonight and has to win this match, as we just saw. But he did make it to the final of his week in the previous series. Can he turn around his fortunes, or will Jamie Hughes get through with a game to spare? Let's find out in the company of your commentary team, Paul Nicholson alongside Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. And so Tom Cromwell, who enjoyed such a blissful campaign the first time he played in a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge, may well be exiting stage left by the time we've seen the last player to enter tonight. He takes on Jamie Hughes, who can send himself through with a game to spare and send Jeffrey Zwaan with him as well, and somebody who's enjoyed a real purple patch over the course of the last few months or so. Had a fantastic weekend at the Challenge Tour a couple of weeks ago, where he made a semi-final and then lost in the final on the same day. Lost in the semi-final of Challenge Tour 21 to Kurt Parry, and then, well, that's right, that was in the Tour Championship. Lost in Challenge Tour semi-final to Pete Burgoyne before then making the final of Challenge Tour 22 on the same day, where he was beaten 46 by Jurjen van der Velde in the final by 5 legs to 2. And it looks like a player, and look, we know that Jamie Hughes has had his injury problems in recent times, but 41. It looks like he's pain-free, and it looks like he's becoming rather painstaking for the competition once again.
He's thrown 3 darts on Saturday night, and already he's had to change something.
I believe it's a stem that's been changed for Yoza.
100.
Nothing's changed much with that equipment over the years. He knows that what he's got does work.
140.
I don't think anybody's worn these black country colours more proudly than him over the years, that's for sure. He is an immensely focused individual.
99.
And he's got a lot of friends. Murph said he's got pedigree. He's got a lot of chums as well. Plenty of pals.
85.
He's really good at birthday requests, is Jamie Hughes. Has been said over the years.
60. Tom Car 135.
Cromwell's got to get a move on, of course, because if he loses this game, he is going to be exiting stage left, like Henry mentioned.
59.
For those of you that do not know that particular video that may have happened during a BDO World Championship, I would very much have a look on YouTube for it. It is a well worth watch.
I was standing right next to him when
54.
he said it.
Tom Car 76.
Well, this is happy birthday to Cromwell if he finds this.
40.
Outside chance for
Jamie Car
Hughes.
142.
Outside chance, and in terms of his finishing this week, only a couple of Tub Plus checkouts, the biggest of which are 1-2-4. And that's all good. Has to stay there. Had to shuffle across and couldn't smother a way through, and so Cromwell will come back for 36, but it's a double 18 that's going to be under severe pressure.
Game
There
show
goes
the
that
first
leg,
leg.
and that is
Tom
living
Cromwell.
proof of how you use a marker.
Second
Didn't
leg,
go for
Jamie
the
to through
middle
first. Game on.
of double 18. He went to clatter into dart 1 to cushion it in, and boy did he do a good job of that. Now interestingly, on that 1-4-2, 99% of players, when they get a dart that lands in the 51, they're going to steer.
140.
It was a bit wobbly, and it was not secure, so he went to the right-hand side. But I know of a couple of players that would have thought outside the box there. You could have gone treble 19, double 17. Jamie's somewhere in the middle of board creativity. He's quite traditional, but knows a few of the intricate routes.
97.
He's not up there with Dave Pallett, Michael Smith, some of these guys. He knows the tricks,
48.
but doesn't necessarily use them all.
He's one of those that if he has to do it, he will, but if he can play the game with a air of just traditionally just knocking scores down, then he will do exactly that.
100.
You get these golfers, don't you, that probably only use 5 clubs in their bag and around.
45.
Jamie Hughes has obviously got
Jamie
3
Car
darts, but
164.
he just wants to smack that 60 and leave whatever comes, trying to keep the game as simple as possible.
A red pen player, you could say.
Perfect way of putting it.
He's going about his business superbly, and that perhaps another example. 2 doubles there, leaves himself double 12 after 12 to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
46. Jamie Car 24.
When he's aiming, he really does remind me of a young Dennis Priestley.
Game shown on the
That's the
second
kind of
leg,
thing
Jamie
that the
Hughes.
1991 world champion and 94 champion
Third leg, Tom
would
to
have
third
done.
first. Game on.
I used the word poise earlier. It's what Jamie has. He doesn't rush the dart out of the hand. He's
45.
got this methodical nature which is so watchable. Technically, I'm going to say this again because he deserves the compliment. He is one of the best throwers of a dart ever.
140.
I'm not over-egging it. Look at his technique. It is simply sensational.
95.
There is nothing wrong with it. Great position. Look at that. It's not about what he does on the left-hand side. It's about how he does it. Sometimes he gets it wrong.
65.
But he's a genuinely wonderful technician.
Somebody, as we mentioned at the beginning of the programme, is just beginning to find a bit of a second wind.
42.
Dropped off the PDC Pro Tour at the end of 2024. And I suppose he was one of those players that we looked at and thought, is he at a little bit of a crossroads in terms of his career? Never really did too much at the beginning of 2025. He came here first time, did okay, never really set the world alight.
94.
But the last couple of months or so, there has certainly been a regalvanisation about Yossa. And I just wonder whether we put the comparison to somebody like a Bradley Brooks, who maybe just needed a little while to get going again after losing their card. But once they hit ahead of stride, then all of a sudden you see a different beast appear and emerge.
It's been 10 difficult years for Jamie. He's been all over the place for his country and himself.
125.
Sometimes the best way to move forward is to take a step back. Bradley is living proof of that. He was great here last year. He's been great on the PDC Tour this year.
77.
Cromwell is not going to qualify automatically through this game because he can't win 4-0 now. If he's 2-1 behind, he's going to be skiing uphill.
37. John McCarr, 161.
Hughes has missed a dart at tops to break, but Cromwell, to save his throw, needs to take out 161. He's really leaving himself with difficult opportunities here, Tom. It
62.
feels like Jamie
Jim McCarr,
is about a
40.
visit in front in most legs, and that 25 there has left himself 99. That could be nothing more than maybe a momentary lapse in concentration. Hughes here, look at a step
Gains on the
in,
third
finds a
leg.
double
Jamie
10,
Hughes.
makes that academic anyway, and leaves 2-1 with a break in hand.
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
There was no need for the bullseye when you're on 1-2-4. I think Cromwell was getting a little bit lost in trying to leave a 2-dart shot. I applaud the fact that he was trying to do that, but he was never going to do that, apart from hitting the bullseye, of course.
96.
But on that number, you'd go 19, 25 and bull, which would have left a 2-darter. But I was worried about
97.
what Cromwell was saying a little bit earlier on to you. He said he wasn't playing that well coming into this, so he was quite surprised at making Saturday night. Sounds to me like he's the kind of dart player that will easily
98.
put himself down. You're invited to Portsmouth for a reason, Tom. You've proven it
50.
before. Give yourself the credit you deserve. Some people, it takes them a very, very long time to make a Saturday night. Never mind getting to a final.
Just ask Lee Cox.
60.
Who was playing on the Pro Tour this week and had some wonderful results.
$40.
But it does begin to feel as if it's unravelling here for Tom Cromwell. His big night, his second big night here at the Live Lounge, could be set to end very early here because he's just beginning to lose belief as Jamie Hughes is just beginning to put the afterburners on here.
123. $58. Jamie McCarr, 124.
Cromwell really is starting to wilt, unfortunately, and Jamie's playing a very, very reliable match. Cromwell is feeling the heat.
63.
That's interesting as well. I know that Bull leaves double 18, but
60.
with a 25, you're not really better off. You're still on a 2-darter. However, having said that, he is quite far ahead, so he does have options.
Well, Tom Cromwell giving himself a real talking to in the background there. You're also looking at tops.
41.
That just sinks low, but luckily for him, he's got all the time one could want. Not really had to get out of fifth gear, really, if we're going to be perfectly honest, to put himself in a position where he could be one away from a place in the semi-finals. Now, Jeffrey Zwaan, if this
20.
double goes, will be into the semi-finals because 3 legs is good enough for the Black Cobra to progress through. And that is exactly what has happened. So Jeffrey Zwaan, the first player into the final 4. Jamie Hughes is a leg away from joining him.
There's only one time you can really
55.
kick back and feel comfortable on a Saturday night. That's if you're in the shoes of Jamie Hughes right now. That was an accidental rhyme. And that's if you win your first game and you're already through. Because when you take on your second opponent,
80.
if you're in that position, you already know you're in the semi-finals. As for everything else on a Saturday night,
100.
Stressful.
Well, let's just say that if the graphic wasn't put on the screen that Chris Murphy talked over before this game, I'm not sure Jeffrey Zwaan would have known about that particular scenario because it is a very intricate format on a Saturday night.
Oh, he does know a few Super Series veterans like Danny Van Tripe. I'm sure there's been a few conversations over the last year or so about
92.
permutations on a Saturday. Jeffrey's a lot smarter than he will give away, especially if you've played a Grand Slam. you know what happens there.
Chaos and carnage. But for Jamie Hughes, this has been rather more a gentle walk across Southsea Seafront, this particular contest. That 140 leaves them on a finish, and Cromwell here just has to find something. But he looks like a man, if we're going to be perfectly honest, that looks rather beaten. And he could be beaten in a couple of moments' time, because Hughes has got 6 from here.
Metaphorically speaking, Jamie's got Cromwell in a rear naked choke right now. There's only one thing missing.
95.
Just pulling it a little bit tighter and waiting for Cromwell to tap. His only other out is to poke Hughes in the eye.
60.
And that's not going to happen.
And that would see neither player through, because Hughes would be out and he'd be disqualified. Anyway, this for the match. Double 18 for his place into the semi-finals.
48.
Double 18 just goes on the inside.
The sky is not blue, but this is out of the clear blue sky.
120.
Almost a shining star finish. But this could be a shooting star press eliminator.
He's going to get 1 dart at double 4 for the final 4.
14.
For that, it's 3 darts to qualifying that has come and gone, and Tom Cromwell still just about in this contest. He's pulled it back to 3-2, and he has forced Jamie Hughes to serve it out. That was the minimum he could do from that particular position.
Tom is not thinking about this right now. But his situation is pretty simple. Win the next 2 legs and hope that Jeffrey Zwaan doesn't like Jamie Hughes very much.
45.
What I like about Saturday nights in Portsmouth the most is that if you're in Tom's position, there's a very famous phrase from the World Series of Poker. They say, as long as you've got a chip and a chair.
60.
Cromwell has still got a chip. He's still got a chair. But he's seriously understacked. He's gone all in there.
And maybe the tungsten tide is for returning. Because all of a sudden, when he looked all but out of this contest, that 180's overturned the throw in this leg. And he's going to get 6 on 2-2-1 to
100.
Take us all the way to a last leg decider. A last leg decider, which we'll both put our hands up. We didn't see coming when Hughes raced into a 3-1 lead.
40.
He really is digging deep. First, there's the real talking to on the stage to himself. The near misses from Yoza. The hit from Cromwell, and now it's a very different mindset for Cromwell about 2.5 minutes later. Because there's a little demon inside his head saying, do you know what, you can still get through this, come on.
It's definitely not going to be for the one to trying.
60.
But that treble score has just really opened the door here for Jamie Hughes. Even 1 treble puts him in control of this leg, thus the match, but that is not an ideal dart number 1. Heads down for the 17s, gets 1. But unable to get the second, unable to add anything to the total.
121.
Hit this, there will be a reaction.
81.
All he can do is hope
91.
that Hughes really does pay the penalty for that dart that was just retrieved from the carpet.
And as a consequence, went for the bullseye first on the 91.
75. Now, he's thinking 25 bull. This is not an easy shot. If he gets a low 25 here, he'll need a miracle. Now, Johnny Wilkinson time.
between the posts, but it just skews wide to the left-hand
49.
side. It looked like it was heading on target bar the deviation, but for Tom Cromwell, it's afforded him an opportunity at tops. 3 in hand to take us all the way. 1 left. Unable to get. Kisses the wire, but that wire could be the mere margin between him heading through and him heading home.
He genuinely thought all 3 were in, and yet none of them were. This is a second opportunity for Hughes to go through and for Cromwell to not.
Game, shot, and the
Jamie
match.
Hughes is into the final 4. He was made to work hard for it in the end by Tom Cromwell, who fought back towards the end of that contest, but was unable to get anything from his Saturday night. Finalist last time. It's a group stage exit this time around, and Jamie Hughes has decided to give away that rogue flight to one of the young fans in the crowd. He beats Tom Cromwell by 4 legs to 2. Him and Jeffrey Zwaan in the semi-finals. Mark Dudbridge takes on Alex Williams next.
Thanks for staying with us at finals night here at the Modus Super Series, and why wouldn't you? Plenty more darts to come, but not for Tom Cromwell. He's been beaten 4-1 and 4-2 in Group 1 by Jeffrey Zwaan and Jamie Hughes respectively, meaning that those two go through. Cromwell heads home, and now the attention turns back to Group 2.
First match in, it saw Derek Coulson get a 4-1 victory over Mark Dudbridge, and that means that it's exactly the same scenario as it was in the previous group for the second game in it. If Alex Williams gets to 3 legs, and Derek Coulson will qualify. If Williams wins the match, he will qualify, and Mark Dudbridge must win to keep his hopes alive. A little caveat that if he wins 4-0, that would see Flash go through. So, without further ado, let's get the game underway, and it's time for Williams to entertain you.
Sensible play was the treble 20. Treble 11 for double 14. What a finish that is.
All I'm going to say is they went in.
This time it fires. Finds it with his third.
I'm sat at the top here.
Steps back just to sit it on top. Just like that. The extinguisher.
Pluto TV, the home of the Modus Super Series, all free for you to watch. And the arrows are going to keep flying here as Mark Dudbridge looks to keep his hopes alive in this clash with Alex Williams. And talking you through it are Paul and Henry.
Thank you, Murph, and I'm glad we never went any further with the Williams and let me entertain you thing. I think Paul Nicholson is still scarred by 9 nights of that being sang back-to-back at the Lakeside International Hotel. Mark Dudbridge, the 52-year-old from Bristol, well, he's in a similar situation to Tom Cromwell, has to win to go through, well, has to win to stay in with a chance. Loses, he goes home. 4-0, he will be through up against Alex Williams from Holyhead in Wales, 28 years of age, a second appearance here, missed out by way of legs difference in his debut appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But on Saturday night, he'll know he's through to the Final Four if he gets a win in this one. We could have 2 games in match number 5 and 6, which will determine positions as opposed to places in the semi-finals. But what we're going to see from this one, for Mark Dudbridge, he's going to have to leave it all on the line here. This could well be the end of the road for the former World Masters champion.
I'm really interested to watch Alex Williams because when you look at his numbers for the week, it's a fairly tight range. I always look at best performance, and for Alex, that's 93.08, as opposed to the average for the 10 matches he's played. That's 87.54. So the range between best and average is only 6 points. That's pretty tight. In order to find another level, he might need to find a few more percentage points in a certain game. Possibly this one. Well, you mentioned Let Me Entertain You. Alex Williams tonight is singing 59. A different song in relation to Dudbridge, Let Me Get Rid of You.
Which is what you were saying after I sang Let Me Entertain You at Frimley Green that time.
Yeah, but I didn't know you as well.
140. $57.
Just get the sense this could be a real cagey contest between this pair. For Alex's first ever game at a finals night. For Dudbridge, everything's 99. Laid bare on the line now.
Yeah, he's in the same position as Cromwell. Win 4-0 and you're in.
140.
Sounds easy, doesn't it? Well, it isn't. Here we go again. He got that earlier and he remembers it. He was looking for a double champagne cork popping moment.
78.
Left himself on 54 to get the break. How handy is Dudbridge going to leave it?
95. Alex
for the bullseye with dart 3. Leaves himself on 80 more by accident than by way of design, and Williams missing a big number means he may only get one dart at tops, and I say may only because there's no guarantee the single free finds a way in, but that was smack bang in the middle. Double top it is,
14.
just high of the mark.
80.
That is a stunning dart. Dart 3 needs to be as well.
Game shot
And
the
it
first
is.
leg, Mark Dudbridge.
Flash, anything but trash.
Second leg, Alex to throw first. Game
4-0
on.
is still possible, and automatic qualification after 2 games played is still possible, with Williams to
60.
play Derek Coulson in game number 6. And the way he's playing this week, that's difficult. The best route for Williams to progress
140.
is to beat Dudbridge. At the top of the show, Henry, I said this game looks like an eliminator on paper.
And the way tonight's gone, it looks like it is panning out that way as Williams piles in a max, and that is maximum number 1801 for the series.
60.
Which is one after the 1800, which was it in the previous match.
I don't mind you doing that, because we do things with 01 at the end in this sport. 101, 501, 701, 1001, and
82.
apparently 1801 is a thing now.
$85.
Big occasion this for Williams, isn't it?
93.
I'll be interested to see how he handles it. Mark's been playing top-level darts for over 20 years now.
It's all the way back in
126.
2002 when he picked up
Alex
that
Ricard, 86.
World Masters title. 2004 did he make the final of the Grand Prix, and in 2005 he made the final of the World Championships. But still, 20
61.
years on from
Mark Ricard,
those
90.
particular achievements, he's still springing around at the top level. And he's going to get a data double 5 to lead this game 2-0 and crucially
80.
get the break, and that just
Alex Ricard,
clips
25.
the top wire of the double.
You don't have to look too far for the experienced campaigner on this stage and the person who is the greenhorn of Saturday nights.
Game shot on the
But
second
the
leg,
greenhorn
Alex
does
Williams.
find an equaliser.
Third leg, Mark to
It's a
throw
really
first.
good kill.
Game on.
Have you noticed on the back of his shirt that that logo looks remarkably similar to Bolton Wanderers?
59.
Talk of Bolton, Flash knows a thing or two about that venue. He's played many a UK Open there.
On the subject of Bolton, doesn't he look a lot like one of Bolton's
44.
most famous residents, Paddy McGuinness?
I can see why you would say that. I was looking at the shirt again and thinking that the rest of the shirt looks like a football.
83.
Albeit one that's been used for a very, very long time.
Well, so far for Alex Williams, it's been a case of no liking. If he carries on, there'll be no
85.
lighting in terms of his Saturday night progression.
$95.
That's a good last start. Turns a bad visit into an okay one. There's a lot of movement in this action from Williams.
54.
Rocking backwards and forwards with the arm. He doesn't add what John Henderson has, which is a rocking back and forward of the body as well.
100.
But it's all about timing when you've got a throw like this. And players like Alex, they don't want to play the game the same way as Jamie Hughes. They don't want to stop. They want to keep moving because they're more comfortable playing a rhythmic game that way.
60. Mark Ricard, 164.
Dudbridge 164 to re-establish the lead at 2-1. We'll stay there. His opponent not on a finish. And he's gonna
132.
leave himself on double 16 when he comes back.
$140. Mark Ricard, 32.
Not moving.
Game
But
shown the
something
third
is,
leg.
and that's the leg
Dudbridge.
count. Get the feeling this could be
Fourth leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
a very, very difficult group to call. Imagine if Williams was to lose to Dudbridge but
98.
beat Derek Coulson. Then we've got to get the Saturday night abacus out.
Just about, there's still a possibility of a 9-dart shootout in this group.
100.
Dudbridge has to win this game by 4 legs to 1, and then Alex Williams would have to depose a Derek Coulson by said scoreline.
The day after Halloween, if you say 9-dart shootout one more time, it's going to happen.
140.
9-dart shootout.
Do you want to take some more time to think about that?
It's what we all want to see, Nico. We want to see the drama.
Yeah, we want to see it, but the players don't want to play it. Just ask Kurt Parry. He's been involved in multiple 9-dart shootouts. They are stressful situations.
With the greatest of respect, I don't care what the players think. We're making a TV programme. 186 left, and Alex just whirling through the options, and
95.
Well, the option is to leave himself on a bogey.
Okay, so he stood back. He got his maths wrong. So as
41.
fill-in maths teacher, I'm giving him an F.
Well, luckily for him, it doesn't look like it's going to cause him too many problems. As a matter of fact,
100.
He's going to leave himself on 68 when he comes back to level this game up at 2-2. Thought this would be a tight, tentative contest, and so far, it's certainly living up to that billing.
140. Alex Carr, 68.
This is a big moment. Don't take this out. Dudbridge is ready. Oh, that was close.
Game shown on the fourth leg. Alex Williams.
I tell you what, that second dart was not a marker, but it wasn't in the way
Fifth leg
either.
mark to throw first.
He's a very
Game on.
expressive individual, isn't he?
It's quite ironic he calls himself the Extinguisher because he looks like the fire starter.
40.
How can you call yourself the Extinguisher and not wear red?
$96.
I don't think any of the comic book companies have come up with that as one of the bad guys yet. I can't imagine Superman going up against the Extinguisher.
Well, no, if we're to have a Super Series comic book, he'd be the kryptonite to Spivey Man, wouldn't he?
Oh, some things never change. Spivey's had a really good couple of weeks. He's
60.
been playing well on the Challenge Tour. Congratulations to Sam.
I think someone to look out for come Q School. I think he'll be there or thereabouts in terms of the tour card race.
There or thereabouts is Flash, who's at it again. He gets the approval of the Super Series audience here at the Live Lounge on London Road. He could be
97.
edging closer
Car 141.
to a 3-2 lead. Already think this one's going the distance.
Well, this would be a spark from Flash. But the double 12 goes on the
129.
inside for 1-4-1 finish.
That was either Mark Dudbridge expressing what happened to the dart in the air, or that was the worst Saturday night dance
100.
move
Mark Car
we've ever
12.
witnessed. Uh-oh. Double three.
Game shown on the fifth
Did
leg.
I just
Mark
say
Dudbridge.
uh-oh? I meant well done. That's a great dart.
Sixth leg Alex to throw first. Game on.
Seasoned professional. Doesn't panic on double three. Just hits it right in the middle. That is probably dart of the night so far, considering the situation.
140.
We speak about Mark Dudbridge and 1-4-1s, and Dudbridge actually had something that no other player can have the honour of having, and that's being the only player to have hit a 9-darter in the World Seniors Tour.
140.
Did so on a floor event, and the only player to have ever done so.
As time
135.
goes by, you just get the feeling that Williams is in a big puddle of experience, and he's going to need a bigger escape plan. Because if he loses this game,
81.
he really is going up against the top wolf.
But he may be in the mud, but he's managing to crawl away through, and we could be going all the way to a last leg decider. And for Mark Dudbridge, that could go as badly as it did this afternoon for his beloved Bristol City.
98.
Things haven't really been good for Bristol City since they had Andy Cole in their books in the early 90s.
51. Alex Yakar, 128.
Well, they were beaten 5-1 by Stoke today, and Dudbridge may not be pottering around much longer if Williams is able to reel off 2 on the spin from here. It's a game that from this point should
78.
go all the way to a last leg decider. Williams leaving himself on 50 after 12. And then it'll be that one-leg shootout to see whether Dudbridge has a fighting
49.
chance or whether
Alex Yakar,
Alex
50.
Williams will be playing a deciding match against Derek Coulson to see who tops Group 2.
One thing is certain, we're not going to get a 9-dart shootout in Group 2. Or we're going to get a last leg decider. I think you should go the other side.
Game shot number 6.
Forget about
Alex
that.
Williams.
That might just have eclipsed the double 3 from Dudbridge.
7th and final leg mark.
That was a ridiculous.
Is it fair to say that this is one of the biggest legs that Alex Williams has ever thrown?
It's definitely one of them.
140.
Considering he got 16 points from Group C. That shows that he can compete with a very high level. That signifies a high level, especially over the last 3 legs. When the pressure's on, can you do it when you feel like this?
100.
That's the question in the air. We know that Flash can because he's done it before. But he's under his own pressures. His Saturday night record is not sparkling.
95.
Yet.
2 semis from 6 for Mark Dudbridge here at the Live Lounge. Never gone beyond a semi-final before. And his last Final Four appearance came all the way back in Series 6. That
59.
was back in January 2024, almost 2 years ago now. But is he just beginning to find that push at the perfect time?
99.
Yeah, that's a really solid visit, especially when you consider that Williams is on what is now being referred to as a pre-bogey
81.
number.
Mark the car, 167.
The number that can't leave a finish. I'm fully on board with it.
Well, Dudbridge 6 and 167, and he's cleaned up pretty much perfectly.
131.
He's going to leave himself on double 18 when he comes back to keep himself just about in the mix.
It's funny how these groups work. He didn't like Derek Coulson earlier.
36.
Hit this, win the game, and then he loves him.
Double 18. 2 9s.
18.
That
Alex
is 3
Yakar,
match starts that have come and gone. Well, this would be some way to send yourself through.
He's had some big finishes this week. 132 is not his biggest. He had a 147 as well. You could hear a pin drop. But it's not going to be a mic drop from Alex Williams.
40.
Well, that you can see pierced in and out the
Mario Kart 18.
treble 17. And so Dudbridge returning for 2 9s. It's going to be 1 dart. A double 4. Clips the wire, but clips the wrong side. And now he has to watch on, hopefully, again.
Well, now the situation changes once more. 5 darts missed to win this game. And now Alex Williams knows everything about the situation. He wins this leg. He's in the semi-finals.
He cannot look Mark Dudbridge. But the treble 17 isn't going to go.
97.
Dudbridge is going to get more
Mario
darts,
Kart 8.
but you get the sense he cannot fluff any more opportunities. Double 4. And
Game
Mark
shown in the match.
Dudbridge is
Mark Dudbridge.
clinging on, but just. He gets the better of Alex Williams by 4 legs to 3 to give himself some kind of hope. And he feels like a very, very lucky man. He now has to hope that Derek Coulson does him a favour in game number 6 by beating Alex Williams. That the tail of the tape from that one. Jamie Hughes and Jeffrey Zwaan in the playoff to see who tops Group 1.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Week 9 Finals night in Series 12 of the Modus Super Series. 2 fixtures left to play in the group stages. We know the 2 players going through from Group 1. Jamie Hughes and Jeffrey Zwaan about to do battle. Alex Williams and Derek Coulson is a final game. And Williams, going down to Mark Dudbridge in the previous match, will need to get the better of Derek in that one. So this match will determine who wins Group 1, the meeting between these 2 players already qualified for the semi-finals. But the victor will top the table in this group. Will it be the Dutchman Jeffrey Zwaan, or will Jamie Hughes beat the winner. And the advantage of that, of course, is getting the throw in the semi-finals, which can be an advantage in this short, sharp format. First to four, every match, including this one, and guiding you through every dart are Paul and Henry.
Yeah, rather simple this. You win, you play the first game in the semi-finals, you have the throw, you lose, then you've got to wait a bit longer and you're going to have to break at some point. If only it was as simple as that, as Jeffrey Zwaan takes on Jamie Hughes. Game evidence, but if you were to go on the week as a whole, 96. You probably would tend to favour Zwaan, but just. The scoring was much better from JDZ, but then the finishing from Jamie Hughes was just shy of 50%, 48% in terms of his doubling across Group B.
93.
Aren't we lucky, Henry? Sometimes you sit back, whether you're
44.
in the commentary box or whether you're at home, you're watching Pluto TV, which doesn't cost you anything to watch some world-class darts. And you're looking at two players that have won PDC titles.
138.
Jamie Hughes, 2019 Czech Darts Open champion. And Jeffrey Zwaan is not just someone who made the semis of Blackpool.
45.
He's a two-time Players' Championship winner. These are great players. And they've had journeys with surgeries, with successes
81.
and failures. But now they meet in the middle. They could even meet in tonight's final.
Two players with trials and tribulations, but they find themselves somewhat in a Portsmouth purgatory because they both know they're through, but they don't know in which position. Zwaan piles in a max to put some pressure on this 89, and he's caught in two minds here, Jamie Hughes. Bull or treble 14? Treble 14, the option for double top. And that top sinks
69.
low, pulls it low.
Jeffrey Carr, 136.
This finish was almost hit by Cromwell in this group. And Jeffrey drags that one a little bit left.
125.
He doesn't get the shot of double 8 that Cromwell had.
Getting shown the first leg,
Jamie seems to be
Jamie
getting the line right on double 10. 1-0 lead, and it's already a break.
Second leg, Jeffrey.
You thought it was, didn't you, Yozza? It's not the first time he's made that kind of error on the hockey. Remember the time when he miscounted on a 9-darter? Sorry, Jamie, had to bring it up again.
And the last time he was here, he thought the format for the Tour Championship was first to four as opposed to first to five. So he got to four legs against Jack Treadle, went to shake his opponent's hand, and then realised he needed one more. We could really make a Jamie Hughes own goals and gas video.
140.
Go up to him right now and see if we can get approval for that. I think he's rather busy.
I think he'd have a couple
24.
of choice words to say as well.
He's not that kind of guy. When he won the Czech Darts Open, the first thing he wanted to do after that, apart from cool
57.
down, because it was over 40 degrees that day, is he wanted to be surrounded by his friends on tour and the people
60.
that he cares about. I think one of the first phone calls he made when he won that tournament, it was to James Wilson. Because by winning that tournament, he got into Blackpool at James's expense. And Yozza needed to win the tournament to do that. It was a wonderful situation for Yozza, but it was a horrible one for the Jammy Dodger.
59.
Which is quite ironic because Jamie Hughes was a Jammy Dodger by winning that particular tournament and getting into the Winter Gardens tournament, which Zwaan was in that particular year. Yeah, well, after he made the semi-finals, of course. Doesn't have to go for the ball. He's not going to go for the ball.
84.
He's going to leave himself on tops after 12 for 2-0. And this has been a really encouraging start out the gate here from Jamie Hughes and Zwaan. I wonder whether maybe perhaps this game not having the intensity because
100.
there's not permutations on the line. We're just seeing a residualization in his performance as a consequence.
This time
20.
he doesn't get the line right on double 10. But then again, he didn't need to on that occasion. 19 should be the target. Now the bull should be.
89. Jamie
That
Carr,
man
20.
knows his apples.
But Jamie Hughes is looking for a pair of legs. Double 4.
Game shot on the second leg. Jamie Hughes.
Well, he's squeezing the lemon, that's for sure. Jamie Hughes 2-0 to the good. He's got the break of
Perfect
throw.
Jamie to throw first.
And looking rather
Game on.
comfortable so far. Jeffrey actually went to Wigan to spend his couple of days off. Went up to the Pro Tour to see some old friends.
Yeah, saw him there.
60.
From our commentary position at Players' Championship 33 and 34. It was interesting on the Thursday. He was talking with Marvin van Velsen, the champion from a few series ago, of course. But that goes to show what kind of a guy he is. He didn't just stew in his hotel room playing on his games console, which I know he's very good at.
93.
He made a very long trip to the northwest of England to support his friends. What does that tell you about Jeffrey?
55.
He's not a selfish individual. He's all about people.
I had a little chat with him earlier on this evening. He said he's hardly been active on the circuit this year. He dropped off the PDT Pro Tour, so
100.
he saw it as an opportunity to go and see some old friends, and why not? Went up on the Thursday, came back on the Friday, saw a bit of Gunwell Keys.
99.
I thought you were going to start rapping like Craig David there. Went to Wigan on Thursday, went back to Portsmouth on Friday, and on Saturday, he'll be hoping he's winning a title.
140.
Wigan to Portsmouth is certainly not something they put on the tourist guides when they say welcome to the UK.
51.
Yeah, there's nothing
Jamie
wrong with
Carr,
that.
108.
They have their charms, just like 108 checkouts, which can be taken many different ways. This is a very popular route, though. And that is something that Jamie Hughes really enjoys. 3-0 up on the dangerous Black Cobra.
First. Game on.
And he may just be sticking around in the semi-finals, playing semi-final number 1 with the throw.
And that is the first ton plus checkout as well we've seen this evening. That
74.
108 from Yozza.
By the way, I know that Tom Cromwell was in this group. I emphasise the was because he's not in it anymore. From Southport. There's no Northport, is there?
140.
No. Not that I know of, anyway.
There's a Southampton, but where's Northampton?
Northampton is north of Southampton.
There you got you. I got you. Northampton's a little bit further north, but there's no Northport, is there? Up in Merseyside / Lancashire.
Ironically, Southport's in the north. And Northampton's in the south.
57.
I think we're getting down the rabbit hole here of geography, Mr. Deacon. I started it, my fault.
100.
Well, Tom Cromwell's decided to stay and support the rest of the players in action this evening.
It's a long drive back to Southport.
Not as long as the drive to Northport, apparently.
Ironically, it's very, very close to Wigan. Same route, just a little bit further towards the Irish Sea.
100.
Yeah, let's not divulge in north and south there. As Zwaan leaves himself an 87 to get a leg on the board in this contest. It's only going to be a holder throw. Hughes has got the insurance policy in the next to serve it out by a 4-1 scoreline. But Zwaan hasn't had a dart at a double yet in this game. That's going to change here. Or does he gamble a little bit? He does gamble. Is the gamble going to pay off?
Jamie Carr, 164.
One thing's for sure. This will be some way to win Group 1. It might just happen. Bullseye for a big boom. And a big bang it is for Jamie Hughes, who finds the biggest finish of the night. Indeed, he's the only person to get ton plus finishes plural for the entire evening, and that impressed everybody, even Jeffrey Zwaan, who is all smiles, even though he's just been bageled by 4 legs to 0. That was all Jamie Hughes. Average of nearly 94, and now we turn our attention to Group 2. So who progresses with those two?
It's all about all those times you've practiced, all those thoughts and all those feelings have come to fruition. It's Jared Cole who wins week 12 of Series 10. He is the name that goes.
That one's in. A double 16 to become the tour champion in the most incredible of circumstances.
Tops then for the first leg of the match, and he takes it.
Oh, this would be exceptional. What a way this would be to win it, Rhys Colley.
If he can pin the tops, yes he can. Aye, aye, aye.
Another week, another star-studded lineup here at the Modus Super Series. Week 10, just 3 more weeks to play until Champions Week in Series 12. And Graham Hall returns after his success at the ADC Winmore Tour Championship Finals. Devon Peterson back for another tilt at the title. Alex Small has hit some big numbers here in the past. Harry Ward makes his return in Group B. Not to forget the King of the Castle, Jared Cole. Rhys Colley and Joe Mernon stand out in Group C. That's all next week. It starts Monday from 9:30 a.m. But tonight, this is the qualification picture, and in Group 1 we know that Jamie Hughes and Jeffrey Zwaan have already qualified. Tom Cromwell eliminated. And Group 2, well, the final game is about to take place between Alex Williams and Derek Coulson. Coulson, he's already through, will top the group with 3 legs here. Williams will qualify if he can get the better of Coulson, but if Coulson wins the match, then Mark Dudbridge would be through with him. In commentary, I will hand you back to Paul Nicholson, who's alongside Henry Deacon.
Cheers, Murph. And so the final match of group action here, and for Alex Williams, this is effectively a quarter-final game for him. Wins, he's in. Lose, he heads home up against Derek Coulson, a man who knows exactly what this scenario is all about. He knows he's into the semi-finals. 3 legs, as Murph rightly said, will see him top Group 2, and would give him the advantage of throw against Jeffrey Zwaan. I don't know how much of an advantage that could possibly be, playing Jeffrey Zwaan in a semi-final, but dem the breaks as we head towards the conclusion of Week 9 of Series 12 here. The 3/4 point of
first leg, Alex
the 12th series, incredibly, here at the Live Lounge. And so underway we are. Alex Williams, who lost out to Mark Dudbridge in his opening match of the night, needs to leave it all on the line here. Mark Dudbridge is effectively Derek Coulson in this game.
Here he goes again.
137.
He's had his first game in Game 2. He's had a bit of a break since beating Mark Dudbridge for the 3rd consecutive day. This is an all-Welsh battle. And that leads me to the point that we don't have any Welsh people in Champions Week so far. But we've had somebody Welsh
60.
in the last few Champions Week, haven't we, Derek? And if it hasn't been him, it's been David Davies.
David Davies yet to play in Series 12, so it could still be him. We know he's going to be playing in Week 10, so you would expect to be coming at some point.
Said the same thing about Darius Labanauskas. We might not see him ever again. He's the new lineal champion.
94. Alex Akar 160.
This could be the biggest game that Williams has ever played. He's about to learn a lot about himself.
90.
Maybe more than he thinks.
Well, Coulson had one of the best performances of the night, an average of 92 in dispatching at Dudbridge by 4 legs to 1, and a finals night which promised a lot, and if we're going to be brutally honest, so far has not really caught fire as of yet. It's been a little bit underwhelming so far. Alex Williams won't care about performances as long as he gets a result in this one. He's got the first leg on the board. 15 darter, gets himself up and running, and all he needs a full hold to throw to send himself into the semi-finals.
That sounds really easy. It isn't, especially when you consider who he's playing. The way that Derek thinks these days is get to Saturday night, win 4 games in a row. And some people might think that's a bit simplistic. But that's how he thinks. If you win 4 games from 4,
57.
You are going to be the champion. And Coulson knows a thing or two about win streaks, because he is the equal record holder for a win streak at the Modus Super Series at 17. That's more than 4 times as many matches as a Saturday night holds for an individual player.
Yeah, that record of 17, tied with Daryl Pilgrim and David Evans. In fact, Derek Coulson and David Evans actually tied that record at the same Champions Week back in Series 10 at the beginning of 2025. And that's what's an interesting dynamic, because if Coulson wins this evening, you're going to have Jensen Walker, David Evans and Derek Coulson, who played in the first Champions Week of this year, playing in the final Champions Week of the year.
101.
This is a slightly better leg from Derek, isn't it?
I think the phrase "don't poke the bear" springs to mind. Double 16 to get back level at 1 apiece. 11 darter sneaks in the corner, and Coulson's back on terms.
That double 16 was like a Harry Maguire penalty. Smash.
Stanchion double.
Basically unsavable.
Actually banned now, stanchions for goalposts. Deemed unsafe.
And Coulson's at it again. He's had 111.33 as an average in a completed match twice this week. I mean, who does that?
100.
Seriously, at this level, who does that?
They're the type of numbers, and look, the closest akin maybe to the top player is maybe set to the World
58.
Championship or in a World Championship match. If that happened to a player twice in a game or twice in a tournament, we'd be lauding it throughout the duration of the championships, let alone to do it over the course of a couple of matches over a slightly longer format than perhaps a World Championship
93.
set. But Derek Coulson's proving why if he went to Q School and he got on tour, he'd be somebody that'd be very adept amongst the top 128 in the world. Now, it's easier said than done. We said this about Jim Long last year, and with the greatest respect in the world, and Jim would be the first to admit it, it's not quite happened for him on the circuit in 2025.
Yeah, because it's hard.
126.
You don't get that Monday morning freebie of a couple of games where you just need to work yourself into it, just like Jeffrey Zwaan did. You go to the Pro Tour, 1 o'clock, you could be out by 1:15. It is brutal. Your first game could be against an absolutely rampant Luke Humphreys or Danny Nopper. It's a very different discipline.
Just ask Connor Scott how difficult tour life can be.
Yeah, I think he's rather happy right now. He's in the slam, and he's still in the world, but only just. Speaking of in, Williams needs this treble to go in. This is trouble now.
58.
You just do not expect Derek to miss shots like this.
Is this the Derek Coulson move in the contest? 2 darts of double 16 for the break.
20.
But
Alex
an
Ricard,
opportunity
58.
presented to Alex Williams to move himself halfway towards the semi-finals. And all of a sudden, Mark Dudbridge will feel rather twitchy at the back. And that double top, pinned with aplomb. 2-1 and 2 from 2 on his doubles.
Through first. Game on.
Let's not forget as well, Coulson needs 3 legs to win the group. So if he doesn't win the group, for example, if Williams were to win the next 2 legs,
134.
he'd have to stay on the board and play Jamie Hughes. And the only bright side to that is that he wouldn't have to play Jeffrey Zwaan, who is the person who's beaten Derek twice this week.
140.
He doesn't want to dodge Jeffrey at all. He wants to go head-to-head with him in the semi-finals. It's like you said, Henry, when you got a choice of Jamie Hughes or Jeffrey Zwaan, it's like picking if you want to fall into a contaminated river or a river made of black treacle. There's not really a good option.
99.
I don't know. I'll take my chances on the black treacle.
I'll remember that about you. Oh, this is good thinking from Coulson. 2 single 19s and a 25 lever finish. Derek, what are you doing? That was a very aggressive play. You get a single 20 there. You are not in a finish, but it's worked out okay.
Might be lucky when you can be good. And that's a really good visit from Alex Williams. Just tapping Coulson on the shoulder. 135 to level up at 2-2. He's found the bullseye. Treble 15. Unable to get. And so Williams, if he gets this, he's in cruise control.
75. Alex Carr 124.
Derek's win percentage this week is 70%, which is remarkable. He is playing his 25th game of the week, and that is a slip from Williams. 15 off, 109, can't be taken with 2 darts. And Coulson is not going to have a blocker on tops because of the way his darts sit in the board.
If anything, if they're about 3/4 of the way up the target, it's a perfect guide. That's pretty much that. Nestles off the flight and into the bed. They're level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Alex to throw first.
In case you're wondering, that's Derek Coulson's son and not an FBI agent. However, if he is an FBI agent, Owen Binks isn't here until Monday. You can ask your pressing questions to him then.
42.
Not sure what the FBI would be doing in Portsmouth anyway. It's Federal Bureau of Investigation of the United States of America. Last time I checked, we were in England.
41.
There is a Portsmouth in America, New Hampshire.
97.
There's a Portsmouth not far from the residence of our good friend Sto Bunce. The man whose trousers can be seen from the International Space Station. And one fine dart player. Oh, that's a brilliant visit from Coulson. He's a fine player as well, as proven by everything he's done under this roof.
96.
However, this is a leg where Coulson against a throw may well be beginning to make his move. This might be the leg where Alex Williams may be forced to hang on. And you got the sense that in this game, there's going to be a leg on throw where Coulson's going to cause him all sorts of problems. This could be the leg. But Coulson, who had his foot on the tiller, has just let loose a little bit. He's given Williams a little bit of oxygen, a little bit of space to breathe in.
57.
I have no idea what he's doing there. Starting the 19s, all good. But it's just a better play to start on the 20s. Get the single, then go to the 19s and try and get 4. If you get 2 singles...
140.
Can't leave a finish. Counting is all about making sure that you can leave a finish with dart 3.
$59. Derek Carr 97.
Well, Coulson head down first on this 97 for 3-2 lead, and crucially the darts in the next to get the job done. Treble 18 to be the location with dart 2, finds that, and so double 12 would have edged Coulson in
85.
front for the first time in this
Car
contest.
150.
We've had a 164 from Yoza. This would be something. Double 15. Don't go for tops. What are you doing?
140. Derek, your car 12.
He thought he was on 160 and he's miscounted at the worst possible time. And you get the sense that Derek Coulson's going to capitalise as a result.
He doesn't know yet. Maybe he never will. But if he loses this game,
Six-leg Derek to throw first.
everybody
Game
back
on.
home is going to tell him.
I think the cogs are beginning to turn. And the tide of this game has dramatically turned in the favour of Derek Coulson. Now thrown for the match, now thrown for Mark Dudbridge's place through, and he's now topped the group.
Absolutely. I sincerely hope, for William's sake, that he does not know that he's just miscounted, because if he does know, I think he loses this leg.
And is this where the dynamic of a crowd and not having a crowd changes? Because if it was behind closed doors, there may be a possibility. He will never know, but there's a packed house full of people there that are probably as aghast as he is. And there may well be one or two that let him know about what he has just done.
I'll tell you what, Henry, if Williams wins this leg and the next and gets through, and he knew about that miscount going into this leg, he's a lot stronger than we think he is.
We're going to learn a lot more about him, and he has overturned the throw in this leg. Coulson on what Nico will call a
96
pre-bogey number. That, by the way, is not my invention. That is something that esteemed darts commentator Rodney Studd, I believe it's called Rodney, is Rod. It is a thing though. Don't leave 345. Don't leave 343. Those pre-bogey numbers could hurt you in legs like this. Williams has been in control of this leg for about a minute.
He's had the big fish, and now he has a pre-bogey. One of them served together on a dish. Williams, 81 to take us all the way.
Yes, that's right. It's 81. It's 24. It is not
69.
3-3 yet.
149.
Heart in mouth moment, because Coulson's looking at 149. And this is to bookmark Dudbridge's passage through to the semi-finals at the expense of Alex Williams. He's not going to get it. And so the extinguisher is going to get one
61.
opportunity, or
Alex
one
Ricard,
more
12.
opportunity to keep the flame a-flickering.
This is one heck of a game.
Getting shown
And
the
it will
six-leg,
have
Alex
another
Williams.
last leg decider, just like Alex Williams' previous game with Mark
Seven to final
Dudbridge.
leg, Alex to throw
The
first.
averages are very
Game on.
impressive. You're not surprised to see Derek averaging 98 and change. But Williams, under this pressure, doing this, which is 4 points better than anything he's done this week, I am officially impressed. He's only made one mistake. This leg will signify just how big a mistake it was.
60.
Well, this match is probably telling him what the level is all about. And will probably tell him that he is made for this level. But you're taking on one of Portsmouth's greatest. One of the live lounge legends in Derek Coulson, who has been in this scenario so many times. He is somebody who's so adept at smelling the blood of an opponent and then just like a shark imposing themselves and snapping at the
96.
ankles.
I hate to say it again, but in a game of this quality, leaving that 3-4-5 again is a mistake.
60.
This is the next evolution of counting. The last 12 months have taught us this, that in the mid-300s, you can't leave these numbers.
100.
Well, he's crafted that last dart beautifully, edging off the barrel of the first two. But Coulson with a 140 will be first to a finish against the throw in this decider. And that 140 found on a finish after 9 against the throw in leg 7. And that's kind of what separates Derek Coulson from most in this building.
57. Derek Carr, 161.
Cool by name, cool by nature. 6 starts from 161, and Williams may be leaving us. Love that play.
130.
For someone over the age of 50, he plays the game like he's a fresh-faced 21-year-old who's got all the tricks. That is genuinely the right call in that moment.
Averaging 101.18.
140. Derek Carr, 31.
Another ton plus average for number 9.
Well, he's going to have to get it in 2, isn't he? And it probably would be 100.2 if that was the case. Double 8. 2 4s.
27.
Inside, and it ain't going to be a ton plus average for DC. It may not even be a win for DC. And for Mark Dudbridge, you better be sitting comfortably. Alex Williams in the background is preparing for the biggest couple of darts at double he may have ever thrown for in his life.
This essentially is not a flash in the pan. This is to put flash out of the pan.
It's double 16. Double 8. It's awkward. It's 32. In and it's out. You can see the puncher mark. He can barely believe it.
But he shouldn't have hit that flight. You always run the risk if you don't have the angle. And the risk now is different because Coulson could be the executioner.
Game shot on the match.
Well, that double 2 sends Mark Dudbridge through, but that tells only half of the story. Derek Coulson's son very happy, but Alex Williams had a dart at double 8 to send himself through. It came in and out the bed. And Mark Dudbridge, by the skin of his teeth, is into the semi-finals after Derek Coulson won a bruising contest against Alex Williams. Reaction and analysis to our group stage games is coming up on the other side of this short break.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he dart at double 16, gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skee's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. for the bull.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth in a match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back. Here is what happened in the group stages of the Modus Super Series 12 Week 9 finals night. Jeffrey Zwaan and Derek Coulson getting off to flying starts with 4-1 victories against Tom Cromwell and Mark Dudbridge. Cromwell was then eliminated when he was beaten by Jamie Hughes, so that saw Hughes and Zwaan go through, but Dudbridge getting a crucial 4-3 victory over Alex Williams, and then Williams losing by the same scoreline to Derek Coulson means that Mark Dudbridge goes through with Coulson. Hughes tops Group 1 with that 4-0 win over Jeffrey Zwaan. But it's not all about the action from the players on the stage. We have here tonight some of the bright stars of the future, as the Dudbridge Darts Academy know all too well.
Yes, and earlier on this evening, we had our 9 dart challenge from the Dudbridge Darts Academy. Our 3 highest scorers and stars of the future. Would you please welcome Harry, Stanley, and Henry? One more time, Harry, Stanley, and Henry!
Yeah, they won't forget that moment. Well, earlier tonight they took part in a 9-dart challenge. They are the 3 winners, the Dudbridge Darts Academy, here at the Modus Super Series tonight. And they've just been live on TV with the full walk-on experience, Paul.
It's quite something, isn't it? When we were kids, we used to watch the likes of Eric Bristow and Bob Anderson and Jockey Wilson and think, oh, I wonder what it's like walking down that aisle at Lakeside. And nowadays, what we're doing is we're trying to bolster the interest in this sport by giving great experiences to these kids that they will never forget. It could stoke the hunger for them over the next few years to continue to go to these academies, which have been fundamental in giving us new junior stars. But I think the most important thing with academies is giving these kids somewhere safe to go, to play something fun with their friends, and to give them the option of getting better at it.
Yeah, and darts academies are always welcome here at the Modus Live Lounge at any of our Saturday nights. If you would like to get your darts academy arranged for a visit, a tour of the venue, a 9-dart challenge like they've experienced tonight, then please drop us an email at superseries@modussports.com. Right, let's get back then to this evening's action and let's show you the lineup for the semi-finals, which will be Jamie Hughes versus Mark Dudbridge and Derek Coulson against Jeffrey Zwaan. Many people thought that might be the final, but that win for Jamie Hughes over Zwaan means that they're going to have to meet in the semis.
Yes, indeed, and Zwaan has got a 2-1 winning record against Derek Coulson this week, but Group A seems like a long, long time ago. It was a really interesting dynamic in Group 2 because Derek has played superbly, averaging high 90s. He didn't manage to get that 9th ton plus average just yet. He can still get the double figures for the week, but he's going to have to play really well in the semi-finals and the final to get that.
Let's talk about Jamie Hughes. Has he been the revelation of tonight?
I suppose so. I think Jamie just plays the same brand of darts, whether it's
This was a way to win it, though, wasn't it?
It really, really was. And it was to put Jeffrey Zwaan on the bagel train. Nobody expected that to happen. But if you're going to have a bad game, that's the time to have it. Zwaan on debut has probably learnt that very, very quickly. But Jamie Hughes has played some really good stuff tonight. And I was really impressed with the way he was able to negotiate that game with Zwaan. Average of about 94, doubles are excellent, and obviously a brilliant finish.
Is Zwaan the type of player that can just shake that defeat off, completely understanding the format here at the Super Series, knowing, look, if I win my next game, I'm in the final, that last match doesn't matter?
You have to understand what kind of guy Jeffrey is. You might as well reinvent the phrase, water off Jeffrey Zwaan's back instead of a duck, because he is so chilled. He's as chilled as his walk-on song. Sometimes walk-on songs do not represent the person, but Jeffrey's really does, because he is super chilled. He'll not be bothered about losing 4-0. Mission accomplished, won Group A, got through his group on Saturday night, now he's in the semi-finals, and he might turn up the dial a little bit.
Certainly might, but he's going to have to, because he's taking on Derek Coulson, who we mentioned at the start of the night, what a week he's had, what a player he's turned out to be. I mean, I use the word revelation for Jamie Hughes, but Derek Coulson has been a revelation in the world of darts over the last 2 years, hasn't he?
Unquestionably. I heard rumblings about Derek Coulson, as did all of the pundits who work here at the Modus Super Series, and when he came here for the second time, we all looked at each other the same week and said, this guy's going to do something soon. And we said, maybe he's going to win this week. He did win the week. And since then, it feels like he wins every week he plays, apart from the Champions Weeks, of course. He hasn't won a series yet. But I think the biggest compliment we can pay him right now is that when he's popping in a 98, 99 average, it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look that good. So it just goes to show the ceiling that he's created for himself. He's a genuinely world-class player.
Mark Dudbridge, has he flown under the radar somewhat the last couple of nights?
He's been a bit like a caterpillar. He's flying that low, but he can count himself very fortunate to be in the semi-finals, and now he's got a free card to play. Alex Williams should have eliminated him probably twice. But that 48 checkout, it cost Williams dear. He's going to be smarting from that defeat to Coulson, but now that the freebie for Dudbridge has been found, I wonder how he's going to use it.
Yeah, we can take a look at that moment you just mentioned there, Paul, and I mean this, well, it's heartbreaking, isn't it?
He hits the flight. It was very, very close to going in, but the thing is you've got to negotiate past that second dart that's missed for the match as well. You've got to go left, you've got to go around it and make sure that you don't hit that flight. The moment you hit it, that's the moment it hits the floor.
How will he be feeling now? Is it one you've just got to take on the chin, or is it something that he will be watching back with his hands over his eyes somewhat?
I think it depends on the person. If it's Jeffrey Zwaan, he'll probably move on within 5 minutes, but I get the feeling with Williams, he is very much a heart on his sleeve kind of player. He's lost 4-3 twice to two excellent players. Be happy with the fact that you've contended in one of the toughest groups that you could have had on a Saturday night.
Yeah, what might have been, it's the case for him, but what might be is the case for the remaining 4 players in action in the semi-final. So Jamie Hughes against Mark Dudbridge will be the first of them. Then Derek Coulson and Jeffrey Zwaan, they were the favourites tonight, but only one of them will be reaching the final. We'll start in reverse order, start with the second one. Have you got a fancy in that?
I think Derek understands that he's lost a couple of times to Jeffrey earlier this week. It's time to set the ledger to level at 2-2, and then he can gun for another title. So I think Derek may just have that little bit extra in that semi-final.
And I mean, based on what we've seen tonight, I'm expecting you to say Jamie Hughes, but, you know, Mark Dudbridge has got a performance in him, hasn't he?
He has got a performance in him, and now that he's negotiated the group stage, it's time to find that next level. We've seen this from some people in the past. I remember a Jelle Klaassen week where he didn't play very well on a Saturday night until he made the semi-final. Then he played exquisitely, if I can get that word out. That's what Mark's got to do right now. Use the experience, use the brilliance, and then now is the time to push.
But what you've got to do right now is get back in that commentary box to join Henry Deacon, because it is time for the semi-finals.
Game, shot, and the
Jamie
match.
Hughes is into the final 4.
For a big boom.
Game,
And a
shot,
big
and the
bang
match.
it is for Jamie Hughes.
Double 4. And
Game,
Mark
shot, and the match.
Dudbridge is
Mark Dudbridge.
clinging on.
Hello and welcome to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our first semi-final. Firstly, would you please welcome a Eurotour title winner and multiple WWF titles, Yozza Jamie Hughes, and a former World Championship runner-up and World Match Play runner-up, Flash Mark Dudbridge!
Trapping out the ghost. 7-figure payment, time is money, gotta go. Addicted to the game, for the show. Met her at the party, she was playing with a big dog. I could get the highs and the lows. 5-star sweet, she ain't never going home. New Kelly Birkin, red bottoms on her soul. Maybach Virgil, only 150 sold. Diamonds in my chain go blind when they blink. Diamonds in my chain go blind when they blink. Diamonds in my chain go blind when they blink. Diamonds in my chain.
Yeah, making their way through the crowd, the kids from the academy, enjoying their own walking experience, and then watching Mark Dudbridge and Jamie Hughes do the same ahead of their semi-final showdown. Flash looking to reach the final here at the Modus Super Series. Maybe has gone under the radar a little bit, and Jamie Hughes has upped his game tonight, but both of them have got winning pedigree, and there is the opportunity to go a step closer to a Super Series title here. Paul Nicholson has made his way back to the commentary box, and he's rejoined Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Murph. Jamie Hughes from Tipton in the West Midlands has been an improved campaigner over the course of the last couple of months. A Challenge Tour finalist, a semi-finalist at the recent Tour Championship finals. Takes on Mark Dudbridge, for whom his recent experiences here at the Live Lounge hasn't heralded too much, but the 52-year-old from Bristol is hoping for a first final. I'll be hoping that third time is the charm when it comes to appearances in the Final Four, because in his previous 2 semi-final apps, he has found himself eliminated from the mix. He may well be 2 wins away from his first Super Series title. In matter of fact, of the players left in contention, only Derek Coulson has previously won a week before. He's looking for Champions Week number 5 in succession. As far as the other 3 are concerned, they're looking to enter uncharted territory. For Yozza, well, a lot of people fancied his chances tonight. Although he was 10-3 with the bookies before we got underway, there was a feeling he was somebody that could really go deep tonight. He's into the Final Four, and you would say on the evidence of his performances so far, could well be the player to beat, Paul Nicholson.
140.
We are talking about new territory for these 2 players if they make a final. It wouldn't be a new feeling, of course, because finals is something they've done plenty of times in their career.
40.
But if numbers are to be believed, Jamie Hughes is a massive favourite in this one, because he's averaging about 89 for the night compared to Mark's just under 84.
60.
When you're talking about 5% differences, that can go a long way, even in a short format match like this. But also, Hughes is 9% better in checkouts this evening.
93.
It's a very effective 38% he's got. This is where Dudbridge really has to play that free card, that joker in the pack, because he could have easily been out. Now that he's in,
58.
Go up there, relax, and have a crack.
It's an absolute free hit for Flash in this semi-final. He probably didn't expect to be here, particularly when Alex Williams had those darts to depose of Derek Coulson.
121.
Of course, it's been a busy night here at the Live Lounge. Not just have we had
59.
9 finals night action early on this evening. We had the draw for the second edition of the ADC Global Championship. Find out more about that by heading over to the ADC's social media channels at Dart Circuit or to our social media
59.
handle at MSS Darts for more information on the draw that was composed and comprised early on this evening by the man sat to the right of me.
That tournament will get underway 1 month from now. 1st of December
89.
it starts.
Jimmy Car 62.
We are 2 months and 3 days away from finding out who lifts that trophy. Could be Peterson again. He's going to be here next week. Hughes is on tops.
42.
Chance to steal for Dudbridge.
95.
This could be a real catalyst.
You get the sense these are going to be the opportunities he's going to be afforded, the opportunities he's going to have to take. Surely it's double-double. Well, that was the 4, but not the execution.
Jimmy
In
Car
that
20.
spot, you've really got to know what you're going to do if you don't get the treble.
Getting shown the first leg.
Double 10 strikes again for Hughes. It's only a 19 darter,
Second leg mark to
but
through
he'll
first.
take it.
Game on.
Gets himself up and running. Pondering in the background.
100.
And I just wonder what winning a week could mean in terms of catalysts for Jamie Hughes. It's the perfect time of the year to pick up a weekly title. Champions Week right at the end of November, wins that. Then he'll be at the Global Championship
43
at the beginning of December. And who knows what kind of butterfly effect that could have for him going into Q-School in January. And I'm sure that his absolute target objective is to be plying his trade amongst the best 1-8 again come the beginning of 2026.
This is something we're going to talk about a lot next week, post week 9. What is the narrative
99.
of Series 12? When we talked about the narrative of Series 11, it was one of experience was winning the day. The narrative
36.
as it looks like right now for Series 12 is that the only people who are winning through are winners. What I mean by that is they are noted for winning on the circuits that they frequent the most.
83.
The person who epitomizes that the most, Carl Wilkinson, the very first name in Champions Week.
So what you're saying is we've got a Champions Week full of DJ Khaled's.
140.
I'll take your word for that. That is for another time, because right now what we want to know is who's in the final first.
97. Mario
That's
Kart
not good enough to leave a
85.
finish, so Dudbridge can lower the drawbridge on leg 2 on tops.
Game show
That
on the
is a
second
perfect
leg.
tops.
Mark Dudbridge.
And those are the types of legs he's going to need.
Third leg,
14
Jamie to
darts
through
at
first.
backle level
Game on.
terms, 1-1. Loser of this one will see the lights go out on their campaign in week 9.
98.
But whose name's going to be shining in lights come the end of tonight? It began with fireworks outside this building. I don't know whether you... Well, you probably wouldn't have heard you in a soundproof studio with Chris Murphy, but before we went live, there was a couple of snap, crackle, pops from outside as somebody in the local vicinity was having a pre-bonfire night bonfire.
60.
It's a strange old tradition, isn't it, when you read into it? Considering what happened, was it 399 years ago? Oh, look at Dudbridge turning the screw. Now, it's happened once before. Hit by someone who played here this week. And Flash does have 9 darters in his arsenal, as Henry mentioned earlier, at seniors.
96. Mark car
Well, on the subject of fireworks, this really would be a spark for Mark Dudbridge. It's on. Treble 19. Yes, double 12. Missed by a couple of inches. And my word, was everybody in this building willing it in.
He fancied it, didn't he? He still fancies winning the leg. But this is one of those moments where you've just missed a 9.
60. Mark the car, 24.
You've got to be in this position to know what it feels like.
Game shown the
And
third
there
leg.
is a 10.
Mark Dudbridge.
A great leg of darts. It's
Full
impressive
flag
to
mark
get
to
the
third
9, don't
first.
get me wrong.
Game
But
on.
in my opinion, it's just as impressive to win the leg in 10 because it means he's really got control of his adrenaline.
Have a look at that. 24 darts for the last couple of
60.
legs. Dudbridge is beginning to make a move. And did you see that peacock-like smirk as he walked back down the yockey after breaking the throw? You can't wipe the smile off of Mark Dudbridge's face right now.
100.
If you've spent any time in any practice room or competitive environment with Dudbridge,
140.
he is not short of confidence at any minute of any day. He is about 1% short of cocky.
97.
I mean that in the nicest possible way. The reason why he's been so successful is because he has this innate confidence that not many people have.
And let's be honest, it's something bestowed on people from
121.
his neck of the woods. That real belief in their talent and their ability. And look, we know that he spent a lot of time knocking about with Chris Mason. And when he was at his pomp, he wasn't short of telling people how he felt about things. In fact, he's still not exactly a shrinking violet, is he, old Mace?
121.
Hope you're well, pal, if you are watching. He ain't watching. He's too busy sorting out a pub on a Saturday night.
He might be watching Dudbridge.
85.
And if he is, he'll be very impressed with this. He's averaging nearly 103. And his best performance this week was just under 99. He might be finding his best start at just the right time.
95.
And let's be honest, this evening, there's been no sort of evidence that this kind of performance was going to come out, but this could be a second 14 dart in 3 legs. Just clips
57.
the wrong side of the wire. That was
Jim
heading
Luca,
for the target
86.
otherwise.
Yozza's got to turn the frown upside down on double 7.
72.
That was not far away.
Mark 38.
What does Mark do here? Straight for it.
Game shown
And
the
straight
fourth
in as
leg.
well.
Mark Dudbridge.
He's feeling it. This is the best opportunity
Fifth leg,
he's
Jamie
ever
to third
had
first. Game on.
of making a weekly final. I guarantee you there's one person in the vicinity of the Live Lounge in
49.
Portsmouth who is feeling a little bit nauseated right now, and that is Alex Williams, because he could have knocked this guy out more than
100.
once.
That double 8, which trickled in the target and then trickled out again. You can still
100.
see the puncture mark on it. That may well be the difference between Alex Williams getting through to a semi-final, Mark Dudbridge heading for home, or possibly Mark Dudbridge heading through to a Champions
60.
Week. What kind of butterfly effect it could have? Because it's cocooned Dudbridge into life.
Jamie's not playing the same level as he was earlier,
180.
but he can still win.
Well, one fella didn't know how to put the 180 sign up the right way. You had one job, sir. One job.
95.
Well, it's a multifunctional thing, isn't it? It's a 180 card and an 81 card.
60.
Curiously, just
Jimmy
before
Carr,
that visit,
112.
Dudbridge was averaging 98.64, which is exactly his best performance of the week. This is where things get a little bit sticky, though, because Hughes will not give up.
96.
Well, he had 2 top plus finishes in his game against Jeffrey Zwaan. He's unable to add a third for the night there. Will leave himself on 2-8 when he comes back. And all he can do in this situation is hit that 8-8 and then tell Mark Dudbridge,
60.
if you're going to win this
Jimmy
match, you're going to have to win it on
16.
your throw, good sir.
Getting shown on the 5th leg.
No problem
Hughes.
whatsoever on the 8-8. This is the break of throw
6-leg
he
mark
now
to third
needs.
First. Game on.
He believes that micro nod proves it.
However, this is the telling leg if you're Mark Dudbridge. The leg you have the darts in. The leg that if
100.
you win, you're in the final.
Darts is weird. Or didn't you know that, Henry? There's no such thing as a sure thing in this sport. Earlier in the week on the Pro Tour, there was a game between Patrick Herarts and Mike Kuyvenhoven. It was 5-2 Kuyvenhoven.
60.
He was averaging nearly 118. He didn't get a dart for the match and lost 6-5. Darts is weird. And that's why we love it.
And with that, customer spot at the World Championship.
121.
Still got a chance. But those situations can make you crumble.
Hey, everybody could have a chance for these associate qualifiers.
100.
Which in the UK and Ireland, as you mentioned earlier on, was won by a certain David Davies.
He
96.
played really, really well in that final against Shane McGurk as well. High 90s average. Took out Steve West earlier in the day. It was not an easy qualifier.
Took out Jared Cole in the opener. And Tommy Morris as well. I mean, Shane was actually my pick
100.
to get through McGurk. I just thought the way he's playing at the minute, I think he's up there, one of the best players who is cardless. However, Hughes may well be departing us in a few moments' time. Dudbridge 6-184.
41.
But he's made a bit of a hash and the door is suddenly ajar for Yoza.
There could be trouble ahead for Flash.
100.
Disappointing
Mark
ton.
R 143.
Dart 1 was absolutely perfect. The shot is alive. Not for long. His first Modus Super Series
123.
weekly final
Jimmy Carr, 141.
rests on whether Jamie Hughes can hit 141, which is something Dudbridge couldn't do earlier in this game.
Well, this would be a divine darting irony. But Hughes isn't going to find the triple 19. And so Mark Dudbridge returns a
89.
double 10 to
Mark
seal
Carr,
his spot
20.
into a first Super Series final.
Game shot in the
And at the third time of
Mark
asking, Flash is in a final at the Live Lounge. Mark Dudbridge, perhaps feeling like he's a lucky man. He gets the better of JB Hughes by 4-2, a man who had to survive darts from Alex Williams to send himself out in the group stages. Is into the jackpot match. He has a word or two with Paul Hinks and he even has a hug and a kiss for the famous referee. Dudbridge 4, Hughes 2 in the first semi-final. Coming up next, it's Derek Coulson up against Jeffrey Zwaan. What a game this could be.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Data tops for the match to win 4-1. And Data double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for the tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He kind of split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Well, before the break, we saw Mark Dudbridge produce a flash of magnificence, didn't we? A 180 to kick off the 3rd leg of the game, and Dudbridge would step forward and back it up. Back-to-back maximums, and you know the rest. Treble 20, found. Treble 19, found. And in case you missed it, well, so did he. Double 12 couldn't quite go in, and Mark Dudbridge, just about 2 years on from a 9-dart finish at the World Seniors, the only player ever to do that. Mark Dudbridge almost struck gold at the Live Lounge tonight, but he did get the win. That is the most important thing, a 4-2 success against Jamie Hughes. And now he's going to find out who he faces in the finals. Derek Coulson and Jeffrey Zwaan go head-to-head in semi-final number 2.
And the risk now is different because Coulson could be the executioner.
Game shot on the match.
Well, that double 2 could go 2 double 4, but he's going to go straight for the target. And now looks at double 2 to win it, and finds double 2 to win it. And Jeffrey Zwaan is on the board on this Saturday night.
Hello and welcome back to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our second semi-final. First, would you please welcome a World Senior Championship semi-finalist, DC, Derek Coulson, and former World Match Play semi-finalist, the Black Cobra, Jeffrey Zwaan.
Well, many people had this down as a final before a dart was thrown tonight, but it is a semi-final showdown between Jeffrey Zwaan and Derek Coulson. DC playing JDZ. Which way is it going to go? We will know at the end of a possible 7 legs in the company of Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Cheers, Murph. And so Flash awaits in the final for one of this pair. Derek Coulson, the most experienced campaigner when it comes to winning weeks here, up against Jeffrey Zwaan, who is doing the Modus Super Series hurly-burly for the very first time. These two had some excruciating battles in Group A. Coulson, the 57-year-old from Market Drayton in Wales, who's made it through to each of the last 4 Champions Weeks consecutively, up against a debutant in Jeffrey Zwaan, who is more than just a debutant. Former World Match Play semi-finalist, as our MC Lewis Jones mentioned in the introductions. Somebody who was expected at the beginning of the week to be there or thereabouts. The bookies had him as a marginal, slender, tender favourite over Derek Coulson before a dart was thrown. Many expected this to be the final match of the week. It's going to be the penultimate match for the right to face Mark Dudbridge in the final match. Is it the experience of Coulson, or is it the precocious Zwaan that is going to face the brilliant Bristolian in the final?
140.
This really could be good. Zwaan has got a good record against Coulson from Group A.
40.
He beat DC twice. I think it's now important that Coulson got a win over Jeffrey on Wednesday, just to make sure that he's got that victory. Has he got that in?
140.
Did he find that treble 20 in that corner? That's a shot. That's a strong look.
140.
It's only going to give you 1 or 2 looks out in the street, isn't it?
It's a great fixture, isn't it?
46.
The fact that Jeffrey's a debutant feels a little bit silly. But this is where he really needs to find his stride.
134.
Because Coulson's been here so many times before. He is probably the most dangerous player in semi-finals on Saturday nights for weekly titles.
Just so you know, Nico, he was saying that you have the right to remain silent.
Anything you say can be used against you, Deacon.
Oh, it does. Don't worry about that.
75.
171 for Zwaan to leave himself on double 8. Coulson, though, first poke on the 75. To draw first blood in this mouth-watering semi-final tie, but he's missed a big number.
35.
And there's a big opportunity for
16.
Zwaan to find a break he needs to get at some point in this game.
No score. Then you can't 40.
Well, if he has had a weakness over the last couple of years, it's been hitting doubles with 3 darts in hand, Jeffrey. And he's paid the price. He had that wonderful approach shot. Coulson made the error, opened the door, and Zwaan did not have the key.
I think we have to give credit to Jeffrey as well. He knew, obviously, towards the end of his life as a tour card holder, he was struggling with his shoulder. When he didn't retain the tour card, he's kind of picked and choose, and he hasn't played in every Challenge Tour event. Hasn't had the best of success on that circuit, but he's kind of said having that time away from the professional circuit, he's decided to give that shoulder a bit of a rest. He's done different things, and I think, like anything, proof's in the pudding when you actually go out there on the big stage. But maybe the evidence is maybe giving things like this a swerve at the beginning of the year, giving other things a swerve at the beginning of the year, may well have been perfect for him towards the latter end of 2025, because he said that the shoulder's not felt as good as it has now for 45. A number of years. He feels like he's playing fluently. He's playing pain-free for the first time in a while. He's a calculated customer, is JDZ. 40. And it feels like the way he's gone about this year has been planned perfectly, planned tactically.
Yeah, he hasn't gone chest deep into anything, really, unless he's ready. I really like that approach. But he's going to need to be better on the doubles.
57.
He is 4 from 17 on doubles tonight, which is less than 25%.
60.
Coulson is 56% on the doubles tonight. This is not an accident. He's done this before. If you give him a chance, he will eat you alive.
Well, he has a durability over this course, and he's beginning to make a move. That maxi leaves him on a 2-darter, and all of a sudden, this 1-2-6 has to go. Zwaan had 3 darts to break the throw in leg 1. This to save throw in leg 2. The bullseye.
79.
The line was okay, but the length dropped low.
Can't miss the single this time. Just checking where Zwaan is. That's aggressive. Double 11.
73. Jeffrey Carr, 47.
I know we're only a couple of legs into this contest, but it's felt like the pendulum has swung on a number of occasions. This a 1-all.
Game shot on the second leg. Jeffrey does one.
A best of 7 has become a best of 5.
Third leg dedicated through first. Game on.
Every now and again, when we're sitting in this
100.
booth, Henry, I look at this kind of fixture and I understand how lucky we are just to have this kind of live action on Pluto TV on a Saturday night.
59.
Jeffrey Zwaan is the epitome of where would he be if he wasn't here. I don't think he goes to that qualifier in Wigan for the World Championship. I really don't think he goes.
140.
This is a way to build to something, but it's only brilliant if you succeed. He's played some great darts this week, but you never want to finish your week on a defeat.
Well, it was only 6 years ago. If you didn't have a tour card, it was BDO or bust.
105.
But look at the options that are in play. Well, just think about today. We're playing in the Modus Super Series. There was a PDC qualifier for the World Championship, an ADC Global Championship draw, and the WDF World Masters. Never have choices of players ever been grander.
There's no choice here. There's only one route for both finishes.
60. Jeffrey
Now
Carr,
then.
170.
Can the Black Cobra reel in the big fish? No is the answer. Coulson back for 96. How handy can Zwaan leave it?
105.
Leave it
Jeffrey Carr,
okay.
96.
This one's finally poised. He's got the first double. He
76.
nearly had the second one.
Jeffrey Carr, 65.
Does Zwaan go for the 25? It's not a given, but it is in.
45.
My word, that must have looked good when he threw it.
In every leg in this game, both players have had a dart to win every leg. Both players have had an opportunity to control this semi-final. But it's Derek Coulson who edges his nose in front and edges the appropriate work, as that just squeezed in the double 10. 2-1 to the good, and halfway towards yet another final, a 5th consecutive final.
The only way to describe that double 10 with dart 2,
140.
it's a bit like trying to catch the tube on the London Underground, and you're reaching with your hand to keep the door open, and all of a sudden you realise you've just made it. Mind the gap,
60.
Mr. Coulson, mind the gap. Because the gap is not that big.
Well, the Black Cobra just beginning to show his fangs, really
83.
going at it with that previous visit. He'll be disappointed with that turn. High quality semi-final. Both players averaging in excess of 90. Zwaan 95.5. Derek Coulson just over the 91.
I know that
96.
Jeffrey has got fangs, metaphorically speaking, but I can't envisage him getting angry. He's just not made that way.
140.
He plays the game in a whiplash kind of way. which is in direct contradiction to his personality, which makes him really intriguing. Oh, look. Pre-bogey number, no finish when Zwaan is on 138, so it's happened again.
6 darts, full level match.
58.
You turn the best of 7 from a best of 5 to a best of 3.
$96. Jeffrey
Picks up a triple
80.
with the last, but Zwaan in control of this 4th leg. He's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 10.
Game shown on the 4th leg.
And in Group A, his combination finishing in ranges like that was such a key strength of his.
There you can see the leg breakdown. That is very impressive.
121.
A 2-2 game that has both players north of 95. This is a proper darts match.
140.
You know what's great about this fixture as well? It's the age gap. We've talked about age gaps in the past.
100.
But this is a generation between these two. They come from different places. If they don't meet here,
99.
They do not meet.
What could have been, Alex? Oh, what could have been? But this generation game has given us a bit of a blockbuster so far. However, Derek Coulson can ill afford to draw a blankety-blank here. It'd open up the door for Zwaan to break.
96.
Big pick-off with the last. Just keeping Zwaan at bay, but still the door just a little bit ajar.
128.
That's what he can do. That's a great instinctive switch. He might even stay there to try and take that 134 out.
92.
If he gets the 54, double top will be buzzing. Saying, come on in, Jeffrey. This is the biggest shot of the match so far. He's decided not to go for it. I am amazed.
82.
Well, Zwaan found a big combo on the 80 in the previous leg. Coulson's being forced to take out a 92 combo just to hang on to his throw. This semi-final may well hang on the next few moments.
76.
Coulson misses double 16 and double 8.
52.
And Zwaan has an opportunity to break at the perfect time.
Game show on the
That is
leg,
not a
Jeffrey
break.
Zwaan.
That's a snap.
6 leg Jeffrey to third
That
first.
double top shot was vicious.
Game on.
No wonder he's called a Black Cobra. This guy's got venom. Look at what the difference is between his game with Yozza. He averaged nearly 83. He didn't get a dart at a double. When
80.
something's on the line and it's knockout, Zwaan turns into a different beast.
Derek Coulson, a man who's appeared
85.
in each of the previous 4 Champions Weeks, has his back firmly against the wall. Trailing 3-2. Breakdown to Jeffrey Zwaan. He has to win each of the
40.
next 2 to keep that streak intact.
But he had 2 darts in the bottom left corner to be 3-2 up himself. All you can do is look in the mirror.
85.
Michael van Gerwen says it the best and has said it the best his entire career. All you can do is look at yourself and what you do right or wrong.
Well, it's a semi-final where both players
58.
have been able to dictate their own destiny because it's been all but one leg where both players have had a dart at a double. There's hardly been a cigarette paper, really, to separate this pair. But Coulson needs to dig
96.
deep, perhaps dig deeper than he has done at any point this week. For all these swashbuckling averages and mesmericness that he's provided this week, this is the point where he has to go to the well.
Yeah, it really does. Especially now. Zwaan is on a finish to win it. The thing that's let Derek down is the thing that hasn't let him down tonight, which is finishing. It might be curtains for Coulson.
65. Jeffrey Carr 143.
And a final match on debut for Jeffrey.
Well, if Derek Coulson's going to keep up his streak of Champions Weeks,
86.
he is going to have to take
Daniel
out
Carr,
the
170.
biggest finish on the board. What a skin saver this would be. Another one of them. Bullseye is not there, and Zwaan has a chance to win it.
That would have
Daniel
been
Carr, 57.
all kinds of ridiculous. Zwaan trying to stop Derek Coulson from making history. Black Cobra time to play Flash.
It's double top.
17.
2 darts have come and
Daniel
gone.
Carr,
And
50.
Coulson's going to come back for double 15. And all of a sudden, the noise has gone up another notch here at the live lounge.
The tension in here is like treacle. Is there going to be more? You bet there is. Derek Coulson's not done yet.
7th and final leg.
This
getting to
is the
first.
closest game they've had this week as well. It's the first time they've gone the distance, and miraculously, Derek has got the darts back after 2 missed shots from Zwaan at tops, and he's not relenting.
What do they say about the good and the great? If you let great players off the leash, they will come back and punish you. And Derek Coulson is one of the greatest players we've ever seen
100.
in this building in terms of performance. He was given a let-off in the previous leg. He's back at 3-3. He's kicked off a 2 treble turn. Has Jeffrey Zwaan with those 2 mismatched darts at tops perhaps missed a trick, because Coulson now is really digging in.
140.
You know what they say about last leg deciders? Tons are good. So what does that say about what Jeffrey and Derek are doing?
135.
These guys are great players. They're a credit to themselves. Coulson looking to leave a finish.
100.
He does leave a finish. Now, Zwaan has got to be smart. There's the gamble.
58.
2 single
Daniel Carr,
19s.
121.
60 does not leave a finish, and that is an error.
It means that Coulson doesn't have to go for this. It means that he can play this as safe as he possibly wants. He's going to come back to
85.
wiggle himself out of something that can only be described as nothing short of a log jam.
41.
To find a
Daniel
5-visit
Carr,
leg
36.
to win a match like this is world class anywhere. But to make another final, it's all in his hands.
He had to survive 2 match darts in the previous leg. But Derek Coulson is into final number 5 out of 5. And he is 1 win away from making it through to a 5th consecutive Champions Week. Unprecedented, uncharted territory. But Derek Coulson with a sigh of relief, because he knows he's dodged a couple of bullets there, quite literally, from the Black Cobra. Jeffrey Zwaan had 2 darts to depose of Derek Coulson, but it's DC who crosses the line to face Mark Dudbridge in the final in around about 10 minutes' time.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series finals night, where the final is set, and it's two of the elder statesmen of the game, Mark Dudbridge and Derek Coulson, who will contest it after Dudbridge got the better of Jamie Hughes 4-2, and Coulson won that blockbuster battle with Jeffrey Zwaan 4-3. And we'll start with the second one, because it was one that really did whet the appetite. And that last leg was just a touch of class from Derek Coulson, wasn't it?
When have we said that before? Plenty of times. He just has this habit of getting through these sticky situations, doesn't he? He's a really good dart player, a classy operator. He doesn't panic. He had every right to panic at the end of leg 6 because Jeffrey could have put him away. And tonight really has been a story of missed opportunities. Mark Dudbridge shouldn't even be here. Now he's put in his best performance of the night. But the thing is, Derek is the man to beat. Just ask Jeffrey.
Yeah, it's that visit-by-visit pressure, isn't it? It's starting that final leg with back-to-back 140s. You're just making your opponent play catch-up.
Yeah, of course. I said to Henry in commentary that when you stick in back-to-back tons in a last leg decider like this, that's impressive. But if you're able to find even more than that, leaving 121 after 9, that's world-class stuff. Anybody in the world ranked number 1 to about number 100 in the world, or even lower than that, they would have your arm off for that in that kind of situation. But it's not an isolated incident for Derek. He's doing this all the time now, and that's why we laud him so much.
How will Jeffrey Zwaan reflect on his first ever outing here at the Modus Super Series?
Well, I think he looks like he's enjoyed it. And some people come here and put way too much pressure on themselves, because if they've got reputation, they feel reputation pressure. I'm the Black Cobra. I'm a former semi-finalist at the match play. I've won 2 PDC titles. I'm expected to go up there and be victorious. Jeffrey's not like that. I think he's played a really consistent week of darts with some great flashes of brilliance. If he's looking to build towards something, this is nothing but positive.
You wouldn't be surprised to see him go to the EUQ school and pick up a card again then, would you?
Not at all. I think it all depends on what he wants to do. Some people have told me tonight that he's dabbling in DJing and things like that. The thing is, I want Jeffrey to be happy. He's a lovely kid. He's only 29. He's got loads of time ahead of him. If he's happy and healthy and hungry, the Black Cobra is only just getting started.
Yeah, he's been a great addition to the Super Series this week. Chat on the first semi-final then. Mark Dudbridge, you said, found his best performance, capped it off with a 4-2 victory, which he closed out here. It seems to have a bit of a spring in his step.
Yeah, I think that's probably born from the fact that he's supposed to be on his way back to Bristol right now. But Mark is a very confident man. He always has been. If you give him an inch, he's going to take a kilometre. It's as simple as that. Mark's ability to find key doubles tonight has been really good. I get the feeling he's going to need that in the final against Derek, someone who he knows extremely well, but someone he hasn't beaten this week. So the hurdles get higher.
And almost produced the perfect leg. It would have only been the second on a Saturday night. Danny Van Tripe did that in front of a darts academy. And it's the fourth time that a player this week has kicked off with 6 perfect darts.
You're not surprised to see Mark get back-to-back maximums, because some of the games we've seen from him over the last 2-3 years, they have included a lot of maximums, sometimes back-to-back like this. When you get dart 7, you genuinely think it's going to be yours, and that's a beautiful 7th dart. 8th one wasn't bad. He stayed in rhythm on dart number 9, and if you are going to miss it, I always like that you miss it high, because it means that you've thrown it pretty well. Mark's proclivity sometimes with his action is to pull the dart low, so he threw that one really well. I think he was surprised that he missed it by about 2 centimetres though.
Is he the type of player that once he clicks, he can carry that going? Do you expect him to take that form into the final?
Yeah, I think so. He's got so much experience of playing back-to-back games. On the floor, he was known as one of the best in the world around 2005, 6, 7. I know that's a long time ago, but that kind of know-how doesn't leave you overnight. Now that he's in a final for the first time, he'll feel like, he should feel like Andrew Gilding. I use this example all the time. You can only be happy with something that you've never done before. That's what he said when he made the final of the Belgian Darts Open in Weezer. So now that Mark is making a final, he should be really pleased that he's in new territory. But knowing Mark as we do, he's going to want more.
I was wondering which Andrew Gilding quote you were going to go for there. I'm glad you didn't choose the other one. The final then is between Mark Dudbridge and Derek Coulson. And just getting word actually that Derek Coulson has won the ball, so will throw first in that final. And he is a player who's got an incredible record, Paul, of getting through finals and making it through to Champions Weeks.
Listen, as pundits and analysts within this sport, you and I have been around a while, and sometimes we do throw the word legendary or something like that around too much. The fact is, when Steve West was winning a 5th weekly title, we said, look, this is legendary activity in this building. It genuinely was. But look at what Derek Coulson's doing. Series in, series out. That's not a phrase that I use very lightly. The fact that he is on the cusp of making another Champions Week and doing it the way he's playing, this should not be underestimated. There's going to be a lot of column inches written over the next month or two about who's going to be big at Q School. If Derek wins tonight, regardless of whether he wins Champions Week, the way he's playing, he really shouldn't be here anymore because he is that good.
It would be 5 Champions Weeks. Not only that, it would be 5 successive Champions Weeks for Derek Coulson. Now, we should note that on one of those occasions, he'd been the runner-up and replaced a player who'd won a week that couldn't appear. But all the same, you have to be the highest performing runner-up to take that place. 5 successive Champions Week, unprecedented.
I remember us talking in this building about people like Darryl Pilgrim making multiple Champions Weeks and saying, what an effort that is. And obviously Luke Littler did it back-to-back, winning both series. But this is getting a little bit silly now. Where does this end? This streak may never end.
Well, does it continue tonight? What's your prediction for the final?
I think Coulson wins the game. I think Mark was outsider at 11-1 at the start. He looked a bit dangerous. But Derek is a very, very tough cookie. I do expect him to win, especially now that we know that he's got the throw.
Right, let's find out then. Can Derek Coulson make it a 5th straight Champions Week, or will Mark Dudbridge taste Super Series success for the first time? It's time for the final.
Game shot in the
And at the third time of
Mark
asking, Flash is in a final. But Derek Coulson is into final number 5 out of 5.
Hello and welcome back to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our final. First, would you please welcome a former World Championship finalist and World Match Play finalist, Flash Mark Dudbridge, and former World Senior semi-finalist, DC Derek Coulson!
Yeah, both players taking it all in on way to the stage for this thrilling final. Mark Dudbridge looking to take sweet success at the Super Series for the first time. And we did see some superb stuff from him in the semis, but Derek Coulson is a player who just produces spectacular standard stuff time after time after time. DC, as we just discussed, looking to make it to an incredible 5th consecutive Champions Week by winning tonight's final against Flash. Can he do it? Let's see in the company one more time of Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Murph. Well, DC against Flash has a real feel of a comic book final. But Derek Coulson could really do the stuff of legend here, because a victory here would see him appear in a 5th consecutive Champions Week. Uncharted, unprecedented territory ahead for a man who turned up here as somebody from the World Senior Circuit, unknown, unheralded, appeared for the first time, impressed. We thought maybe we'll give him a second go, and from that second appearance onwards, well, he's just continued to win and win and win, to the point now where he has made a name for himself through this competition. The pair embrace, the crowd go wild, but now the roar will descend to a hush, a silence, an expectation. It's Coulson to get us underway. He won the bull-off in the practice room, and he, Paul Nicholson, is looking for a record which, if we're going to be perfectly honest, we never thought was ever going to be palatable.
Get your gills around this one.
60.
Because he's ready to make history. And he's doing it in a typical fashion as well. Let's backtrack on DC's week. 23 games played leading into Saturday night, averaging 94.8.
100.
Tonight, he's averaging 95.15. His doubles for the week, 42%. Monday to Friday, tonight, 43%. It's just so consistent.
100.
And this is something that Mark Dudbridge can only handle if he plays the same way he played in the semi-finals, because those numbers relate to how Mark played himself.
Well, over the course of the night, Mark Dudbridge has averaged 87.31, 9 from 25 in terms of his doubling, 36%. But there was an upturn by way of performance in his semi-final, as you rightly say, 94.13. He averaged 4 from 8 in terms of his finishing against Jamie Hughes. But it's Coulson who's got 6 darts from 170 to take out the opening leg. He scared this in his semi-final against Jeffrey Zwaan. Didn't have to go for it there if he didn't want to. But what he is going to do is leave himself handy after a dozen darts. And this is going to be the territory he finds himself at pretty much leg in, leg out in this contest, you suspect.
100. Daniel Carr, 72.
Already you feel Dudbridge is going to need those maximums to turn up. He's got 4 for the night. He might need 4 in this game, if not more. That's 24. Leaving 48. Double 16.
Game show on the first leg.
It's just typical Coulson.
Second leg, Mark to through first.
15
Game
Data to
on.
get him up and running. In fact, the only department where Mark Dudbridge does have the jump on Derek Coulson is by way of maximums, 4-3 over the course of the night. But in terms of the head-to-heads, well, it was one-way traffic over the course of their Group B campaign. Coulson won 4-0 on Thursday, 4-2 on Friday. Coulson won the group. Dudbridge snuck through in third position. But all of that form, all of that logic goes out the window as we look to see who the ninth lane through to Champions Week 12 is going to be. And based and judged upon this start, Derek Coulson is just too much, too hot for Flash to handle.
Let's not forget as well,
81.
Derek beat him earlier tonight by 4-1. He definitely seems to have Flash's number based on what we know at this point.
100.
Well, Alex Williams in the background there. His night could have had such a different path if that 8-8 had managed to cling on in. Mark would not be in this position. He'd be halfway up the A27 to Bognor, where he's playing in an exhibition event tomorrow.
Yeah, Alex Williams in this venue right now is a bit like Gascoigne in 1996. If only he was a couple of inches closer.
80.
Well, everybody is transfixed by this final inside this building.
As they should be.
42.
Because of one statement. Champions Week is this month. Everybody gets excited about the last series of the year. Just imagine the year that Derek could have if he ends with a weekly win in week 9 and the series win as well. He's doing everything right.
65. Monica 154.
Well, as quickly as this final started, could well be as quickly as it's over, because Coulson here on 8-8 after 12 against the throw.
39.
And in next to no time at all, could find himself 2-0 to the good. And guess what? He's averaging in excess of 3 figures. 13 data, 2-0 Coulson. And this very much feels like one-way traffic.
Third getting to throw first. Game on.
He is on course for a 9th ton plus average of the week, which would improve the record he's already set. This is destructive. Now he really does
100.
Look like Stone Cold Coulson.
However, I'm sure Luke Littler would like to rally a response by saying that I won Group A by hitting those 7 ton plus averages, so I didn't have the 8
100.
extra games to try and punch a tally way in excess of double digits.
I don't see any asterisks around here, do you?
Just floating it out there.
$100.
If you want to go down that route, the way that Derek is playing, this is pretty much DC's universe. And even though Barry Allen and the Flash
40.
are part of that universe, doesn't look like Dudbridge is going to be living in DC's universe very long, the way things are going.
And the thing is with Derek,
60.
he's playing like this, and it doesn't look as if he's breaking sweat at all, where some players could play to this level, and it just looks like they're playing way within themselves. We've seen it throughout the course of the week, the
42.
amount of ton plus averages he's had. He could play at this level all night long if he wanted to.
I'm getting the feeling that Mark has peaked for the evening. If he doesn't find a second wind, he's going to get blown
93.
away. And weirdly, nobody has been beaten to 0 in a final in this series. In fact, the biggest victory came in the
92.
first week
Then
when
you count
Brian Roman only got 1 leg
148.
against Carl Wilkinson. Coulson is dominating this final.
There's an absolute chasm between this pair. And there could well be 3 legs between the pair. Double 14 for 148, skims the wire.
120.
But he is going to come back for more. Plenty more chances if he wants.
That is the first start he's missed at a double in the final.
42. Daniel Carr 28.
Right now, Mark Dudbridge is punching smoke. Higher. Now lower.
Game shown on the third line, Derek Coulson.
Is it academic? A lot of people think it is.
Perfect mark to throw
But
first.
darts can be
Game
weird.
on.
Flash has got to be perfect from here. Otherwise, his first final in Portsmouth will not be fruitful.
Derek
16.
Coulson stands on the cusp of Super Series history. No player has ever appeared in 5 Champions Weeks, let alone the fact he could do it in successive appearances here. It would be his 4th weekly title. It ties in with some of the
16.
all-time greats here. That's Lawrence Dowding, a very inspirational man. One of Mark's best friends. But I think even he is probably fearing the worst
36.
amidst the onslaught that Derek Coulson is putting on his man here.
It really has been a series for the English. 7 of the 8 names in Champions Week are English. The only one that isn't is the Duff man. He, like Coulson, is a legend of this stage.
40.
Derek could be the first Welshman through again. Relentless. Is this the last maximum of the week? Coulson will be thinking so.
There may well be reasons to be cheerful. Not just 1, 2, 3, not just 4.
59.
But
Then
this
car 121.
is a weekly title number 5. 6 darts and 1, 2, 1 for a moment of Super Series history. He's not going to seal it with a Tub Plus checkout.
89.
But my word, what a player Derek Coulson is.
I echo that. He is a genuinely lovely man, but a majestic world-class talent. 1 dart separates him
132.
from something
Car
that has never
32.
been achieved before.
No score.
3 darts have come and gone. He's going to get more. Dudbridge hanging on by a coattail.
There was a smile on the face
Derek car
of
32.
Coulson when he missed 3 times. He might not miss again because this is DC's universe. And Flash may only be visiting it.
Game shown
Derek
on the
Coulson
back.
is Portsmouth's 5-star performer.
Week 9, Derek Coulson.
For the 5th time, unprecedentedly, Derek Coulson is into Champions Week. 2 years ago, nobody had heard of him, but now he is one of the biggest names in this building, and he is a history maker. He has beaten the former world finalist Mark Dudbridge to seal that 5th Champions Week appearance.
What an incredible achievement from a genuinely brilliant player. You can see from the numbers that it was a bit of a mismatch in the end, and obviously Mark Dudbridge, who took care of Jamie Hughes in the semi-finals, he peaked at that time. And in the time between semi-final number 1 and the final, it just didn't seem to click for Flash. Derek was just too good. He averages 95 again. He didn't need to be as good on the doubles, but he's the first person from Wales to make Champions Week, and he's also the first person to win a final in this series by 4-0. He is your weekly winner. As you can see, he wins week 9. There are 3 spots left, but Derek is going to take some stopping.
Yeah, he joins Carl Wilkinson, Keegan Brown, Neil Duff, David Pallett, Jensen Walker, David Evans, Jamie Owens and Tom Sykes, all of the players in this Champions Week for Series 12 currently from the UK and Ireland. Remarkable, isn't it, that we haven't got a European winner yet. Jeffrey Zwaan couldn't do it. Mark Dudbridge couldn't get the better of Derek Coulson in the final. He is the weekly winner once again, and he's on stage talking to Henry Deacon.
Indeed he is, Murph. Derek Coulson, many congratulations. You've made history here at the Live Lounge. Do you remember 2 years ago when we met for the first time? We didn't know too much about you. We know a little bit more about you now. This journey, this dream has taken you to something that no one else has ever done here before. 5 consecutive Champions Weeks. Just begin to sum up how you feel right now.
I'm going to retire now. I've had enough. It's too much pressure. Can't handle it.
Is that breaking news?
Yeah, quite emotional, to be honest. I've played great all week. I didn't play great tonight, but I was squeezing through games. So winning that, and I love the guy. He's a brilliant guy. Playing him in the final, the oldies. It's been emotional, I've got to be honest.
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't be. You know, I've been here, I've done it before, but I don't know. I think whether it gets harder, but I've looked at this week and I feel like this has been a Champions Week this week. The quality of the players, the standard has been phenomenal. So to get through this feels like I've almost won a series.
Well, you've made history in terms of weekly wins. You also made history in terms of ton plus averages. You hit more ton plus averages this week than any player has ever done in a week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, even more than a certain guy by the name of Luke Littler. Now, I remember I know, no one's ever heard of him. Now, I know we spoke on Monday morning and you said that there was a change of equipment, change of setup, and you said you felt like you were playing better than ever with them. The change has certainly been justified.
Yeah, I mean, I feel so comfortable with them. If the first dart goes, I really feel like I'm just going to smash that treble. There was a lot of 60s just under wire, but it was so close. And even though they're 60s and a little bit annoying, millimetres away from a 180. So that's the confidence was still there, even though I was missing some trebles. But when they go, they felt great.
We'll talk about the final in a couple of moments, but I want to talk about the semi-final against Jeffrey. Did you feel like you were got at one point in that match?
Yeah, I thought I was done. I honestly thought I was done. And the 6th leg and the way Jeffrey was playing, because he's a very fast player, rat-a-tat-tat, and you know, turn around, he's already scored 180 or 140. But he missed a couple of doubles and let me off, and I took my chances.
And then in the final, that was just ruthless, wasn't it?
I wouldn't say ruthless. Mark didn't turn up. I know how good a Mark. He's just such a fantastic player. I was quite lucky he didn't turn up, but I just had to keep my head straight and concentrate and try and win the game.
So, Champions Week number 5. Yeah. And we've come close a few times, haven't we? Is 5th time the charm?
I certainly hope so. I don't want it to be 6th or 7th. 5th would be nice.
Well, you've certainly got your friends in the crowd, and you're certainly going to be somebody that's going to be a threat when it comes to Champions Week. And I remember last time we spoke was at the last Champions Week, and you spoke about your desire potentially in terms of going to Q School in January. Next few months could be very profitable for yourself.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, the way things are going, I'm really happy with my game. Really happy with my game. So, you know, I looked at this week and think, you know, get your head on, see how it goes, and keep progressing. And I do feel like my game is still progressing. I think I've still got more to come.
Derek, we'll have another word with you in a second. I'm going to bring Mark on stage. Mark, great to see you. First of all, many congratulations on a good week. Just a few words from your perspective in terms of the week as a whole and making it through to your first final here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I think it's my second final, actually. But I've overachieved a little bit. You know, everybody knows that I don't play much these days, and I've got better and better and better through the course of the weeks. Showed a little bit of the old flash in the semi-final, but listen, it's all about Derek, and I've got to say that, you know, I've got a checkered past. I've played all of these players over the years. I've never played a player like him since Phil Taylor.
That's quite the compliment. That is very much the compliment. Just a final word in yourself. What does the next few months look like? Q School start of 2026?
I've got an exhibition in Butlins in Bognor tomorrow, and then I'm going to retire.
Is that it?
I don't know. Who knows? Who knows with me? I don't know. I've really enjoyed these last couple of days, and hopefully I'll get invited back, and we'll see. Yeah, I just don't know.
Well, hopefully we do see you back. Thank you so much for being a great sport, and well done on a great week. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Dudbridge. Final word, Derek, goes to you. What's it going to feel like lifting that again?
Do I get to keep it now? Four times.
Well, I've been told in my ear 5 in a row in terms of titles we can talk.
Okay, fair enough. I'll try.
Right, time for the presentation. Lewis, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. A thrilling final of the Series 12 Week 9 Modus Super Series. Your winner collecting £5,000 in prize money. It's DC Derek Coulson!
Yeah, Derek Coulson getting that moment once again. Look, he was a little bit emotional in that interview. He said so himself, Paul. He did say he didn't play great. I don't think we would agree with that, but what a machine that man is.
I think it's fair to say that he's for real. He's a genuinely brilliant dart player. What Mark said there about him being the fact that he hasn't played someone like that since Phil Taylor is maybe an embellishment or a bit of recency bias, but it's a great compliment all the same, isn't it? What Derek does is what great players have done in the past. I've likened him to Krzysztof Ratajski and Mensur Suljovic because mid-90s averages and really good doubles percentages can take you a long way if you can do it consistently. He did play well tonight.
Yeah. Some good moments here. That was his son in the FBI get-up there. Giving Derek Coulson a hug, that man there, Lawrence Dowding, who is a big part of our influencer events, which are held in aid of the charity set up in memory of his son, and a good pal of Mark Dudbridge's is Lawrence. And the other good thing that Mark Dudbridge said was his retirement plan. Nothing wrong with Butlin's Bognor Regis, is there?
No, there's nothing wrong with Butlin's Bognor Regis, that's for sure. I'm sure Mark will have a great time tomorrow with the fans. But first thing that Derek's going to have to do tomorrow is work out when he's coming back. Now, the way he's played this week, you would assume very close to 100% that he's going to be in Group A in Champions Week because his level has been a lot better than everybody else over the last 8 weeks, that's for sure.
Highly likely that he will be in Group A. What a threat, what a danger for Champions Week for all the other players. And I think we were talking about this earlier in the series with players like Tom Sykes, for example, that they very much now start to view their week as a qualification week for Champions Week, rather than a title in its own right.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. He definitely wants to keep that trophy, though. He's won it 4 times now. He's saying, how many times have I got to win it to keep it? But I think we are looking at someone who is a little bit different to a lot of other people we've seen. He's just retained Week 9. He won it in Series 11. He won it in Series 12. I mean, if he's here in Series 13, just give him Week 9 now. Simple as that. Something about that number 9 for him. But he's a genuine threat for Champions Week, and he's also, if he makes it, a genuine threat for the Global as well, because the way he plays, there's not many people who could handle him.
Yeah, great to see him then as well, just getting congratulations from some of the other players in action tonight, and from the kids from the Darts Academy as well. Enjoyable evening for them.
Yeah, very much so. They've seen someone who is at the peak of his powers. It is DC's universe, especially this week, and he will be feeling really flashy. He'll be feeling like the Dark Destroyer, name it what you will. But these kids, it's past their bedtime, and someone, namely Derek Coulson, looks like he's giving them the medal.
Yeah, what a souvenir that is for that young man there, Derek Coulson. I mean, he's got a few of them, hasn't he? You know, he's not going to go short of a Super Series medal, is he, Derek Coulson?
No, because I don't think that's the one he wants. I think he wants the other one.
Yeah, there are silver medals for the weekly winners, gold medals for Champions Week winners here at the Live Lounge. But yeah, great souvenir for him. Derek Coulson is collecting those medals for fun. He joins an interesting list of weekly winners. As we see the Champions Week lineup, no player from outside our home nations.
Interesting, isn't it? The English are having a great time. Neil Duff, Northern Ireland, serial winner, just like Coulson. He's from Wales, so the home nations are having a very, very good time of it. No pressure for the next 3 weeks on the likes of the Netherlands and Belgium and South Africa. So you're going to have to get your finger out, because otherwise someone from one of the closer nations is going to get the title.
We did the draw for the ADC Global Championship earlier. The winner of this series will be in that, along with the other 2 series winners this year, and they are Jensen Walker Series 10, Jeff Smith of Series 11. But you look at those names, many of them have been on tour before, others have gone on to join the tour. Jeff Smith just tonight played in the final of the World Masters. That addition, that chance to play in the Global Championship, that gives the series winners something extra, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's called money and it's opportunity. You can genuinely change your life in just a few weeks. In what walk of life can you do that? Yeah, you can go out and buy a lotto ticket and you can hope that you're going to win, and the odds are going to be ridiculously long. But if you're playing the way that Derek is right now, or you're playing the way that Tom Sykes did last week, you could be thinking about 25 extra £1,000, and then within a few weeks another 60,000 on top of that. On top of what you've already won, we're talking about a 2 to 3 month period where your entire life transforms. And who knows where that takes you after that?
Well, let's just remind you of the groups from the draw that we did earlier on today, live on Pluto TV. There are 8 groups of 7 players. It all gets underway on December the 1st, the ADC Global Championship. Group 1, Petri Rasmus, Callum Goffin, Mladen Radosavljevic. I'll try and say that, put my teeth back in. Mladen Radosavljevic, there we go. Timothy Verbruwer, Zanti Vandenberg, Johnny Haynes, Wes Newton. Group 2, Stein de Klerk, Nico Plovier, Brian Dawson, Gary Stone, Sander van Ockenberg Zwaan, John O'Shea and Tom Sykes completing that group. Group 3, that starts with Steve DeBuck, Ricardo Ham, Adam Mould, Shane Turner, Brandon Weening, Peter Wachuri of Kenya, Phil Johnson Hale in Group 4. Cereso Everboom, a last chance qualifier from Aylesbury, that'll be taking place shortly. Johan Aldershaw, one of the WADC players, Stuart Dutton, Ivan Springbok Poulsen, Adam Leake and Carl Wilson. Group 5, Stefano Bozicek. We are going to see the winner of the Bolt National Finals, Wesley Van Tripe, Jeff Smith, who was mentioned earlier, Robbie Martin, Jack Tweddle, Michael Huntley. And in Group 6, a last chance qualifier from Belfast joins Patrick Decker, Vicky Cortoriccio, Johan Brouwer, the series champion, which could be Derek Coulson, the defending ADC Global champion Devon Peterson and Johnny Barnes in Group 6, and the final couple of groups. Now, the reason that I've waited for these groups to bring you in, Paul, is because Group 7 in particular looks like a little bit of a group of death.
Yeah, just a little bit. I had a communication from Kurt Parry after the draw, and he said, thanks for that. But he's actually said that he's happy with the draw because he knows how much work he's going to have to put in before this challenge. That is a sickeningly tough group with Jamie Kelling in there as well. Christian Perez, who cannot be forgotten. He couldn't make the tour finals because he had to go back to the Philippines, but he's a seriously dangerous player. Nobody is safe there.
Derek Coulson, we just mentioned, who is only right to end with him, could end up in that tournament if he goes on to win this series. And what an end to the year it could be, and what a start to next year it could be. Could finally win that Champions Week, could get to the ADC Globals where he is going to be a threat for the title. He could win that on the 4th of January and then head to Q-School and maybe pick up his tour card.
He's starting to remind me of another Welshman in Robert Owen, because when Robert was with us, it was at the back end of our Southampton studio and we're just about to come here to Portsmouth. He was making so much money playing Modus Super Series darts, and at one point you're thinking, well, why on earth would you go to the Pro Tour when you're making so much money? And now it looks like Derek Coulson's got that same quandary. If he's making this much money, he could make so much more over the next 6 weeks. Does he go to Q-School or not? I think we'll have to ask him that during Champions Week.
Yeah, well, we will certainly get the chance. He's done it again tonight. Paul, thank you so much for your company for both the ADC Global Championship draw and tonight's finals night. Plenty coming up here on Pluto TV, so do stay with us. An audience with none other than Phil the Power Taylor and his fellow world champion Adrian Lewis is coming up next here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Tomorrow morning, if you want to coffee in bed and a chat with Richie Burnett, then this is the place to be. 9:10 for your Sunday Lion, and that is well worth a watch. Every story that you've heard about Richie Burnett, well, you'll get it from the man himself. On Monday, we are going to see the likes of Devon Peterson, Alex Small, and the man in the picture there, Graham Hall, return to the Live Lounge from 9:30 a.m. and finals night next Saturday is 7:30. So that's it for finals night this week, and well, Derek Coulson makes it to a 5th straight Champions Week. Del Boy does it again, and who knows, this time next year he'll be a millionaire.
Could go 2-4-4, but he's going to go straight for the target. And now looks at 2-2 to win it, and finds 2-2 to win it. And Jeffrey Zwaan is on the board on this Saturday night.
Game shot on the
Just
mark.
sensational. This is a second opportunity for Hughes to go through, for Cromwell to not.
Game shot on the
Jamie
mark.
Hughes is into the final 4.
I think he should go the other side.
Game shot on the 6th.
Forget about
Alex
that.
Williams.
4-4. And
Game
Mark
shot on the mark.
Dudbridge is
Mark
clinging on.
For a big boom. And a
shot
big
on the
bang
mark.
it is.
It's 16. 8. It's awkward. It's in and it's
32.
out. You can see the puncher mark.
Because Coulson could be the executioner.
Game shot on the mark.
This really would be a spark for Mark Dudbridge. It's on. Treble 19. Yes. 12. Missed.
Game shot on the
And
mark.
at the third time of
Mark
asking, Flash is in a final.
You
Game
bet
shot
there
on the
is.
6th by Derek Coulson.
Derek Coulson's not done yet.
Game
But
shot on the
Derek
mark.
Coulson
Derek Coulson.
is into final number 5 out of 5.
Flash may only be visiting it.
Game shot
Derek
on the mark.
Coulson
And
is
on the
Portsmouth's
silver
5-star
medal,
performer.
Week 9, Derek Coulson!
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes!
What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6!
Maximum checkout. He's done it!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for that.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Data tops for the match to win 4-1. And Data double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go over the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Usher losing his cool a little bit here.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double four for the match.
Game